Welcome to this peaceful space of calm and reflection. Tonight, I'll be reading a series of beautiful psalms accompanied by the soothing sounds of gentle rain, perfect for deep sleep, relaxation, or quiet meditation. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you joining from tonight? Drop it in the comments below, and let's create a community of peace and comfort across the globe. Now, settle in, close your eyes, and let these timeless words and rain sounds guide you into tranquility. In the beginning, the Lord was my shepherd, and I lacked nothing. He was there when the first light of dawn broke across the sky, painting it with soft hues of gold and rose. In his wisdom, he crafted the heavens and the earth, and with that same care, he watched over me, guiding my every step. He knew my needs before I even whispered them. He saw my weariness, my moments of restlessness, and gently called me to rest in him. He made me lie down in green pastures, lush, vibrant fields where the air was pure and the grass soft underfoot. In these meadows, the worries of the day lost their grip, and my soul was refreshed as though the very earth whispered his peace. The gentle sway of the grass in the breeze was like a lullaby from the Creator himself, inviting me to release my burdens. I lay down, surrounded by the gentle hum of creation, knowing I was safe. No harm could reach me here, in the shelter of his presence. He led me beside still waters, quiet streams where the surface was smooth like glass, reflecting the endless sky. These waters ran clear and cool, a symbol of his purity and provision. As I knelt to drink, I felt my spirit revived, the living water quenching the thirst I had long carried deep within. Every drop was a reminder that he sustains me, that I am not left to wander aimlessly or parched in this life. There, by those gentle waters, he restored my soul. The places in me that were cracked and dry from seasons of hardship were made whole again. His voice, soft as a whisper, carried by the wind, spoke peace to my heart. Be still, he seemed to say, and know that I am God. And in that stillness I remembered who I was, not just a traveller on a weary path, but a beloved child under the care of the Good Shepherd. He guided me along the right paths, even when I didn't see the way. When the road ahead seemed uncertain, and shadows stretched long before me, he illuminated my path just enough for the next step. His guidance wasn't always loud or dramatic. Sometimes it was a gentle nudge, a sudden peace in my heart, a word of encouragement, or the timely kindness of a stranger. In all these, I recognized his hand, leading me not just through fields of ease, but through valleys of growth and purpose. For his name's sake, he led me, not because of who I was or what I had done, but because of who he is, faithful, loving, unchanging. His commitment to me was not fragile or fleeting. It was rooted in his eternal nature. His guidance was not just about the journey, but about his glory being revealed in my life, that even my story would tell of his goodness and mercy. As I walked, I knew I was never alone. The whisper of the wind through the trees, the gentle patter of the rain, the quiet stirrings of my heart, all testified that he was near. His rod and staff brought me comfort, reminders that he would protect me from harm and gently correct my course when I strayed. When evening fell and the skies deepened to indigo, I rested once more in the knowledge that he was watching over me. As stars pierced the heavens like distant lanterns, I thought of his promises, each one like a star, constant and bright, guiding me through the darkness. In the stillness of night, with the rain softly falling, I remembered, I shall not want. In his presence, my soul is satisfied. With each breath, I was reminded that he is the shepherd of my soul, and with him, I would never be lost, never forsaken, never in need of anything that truly mattered. So I rested, heart full of peace, knowing that I was deeply known, deeply loved, and perfectly led. When storms rage around me, I recall the words, "Be still and know that I am God." These words echo through the chambers of my heart like a calming wind that sweeps away the gathering clouds of fear. The world can be loud, filled with noise that unsettles the soul, the clamour of uncertainty, the howling winds of doubt, the relentless downpour of troubles that seem too great to bear. Yet in the midst of it all, there is a still, small voice calling me back to centre, reminding me that above the roar of the storm is a God who speaks peace. The Lord shields me in the valleys of life, those places where shadows grow long and the sun feels distant. I have walked through such valleys, where the air grows heavy and every step feels burdened with invisible weight. In those places, fear creeps in quietly, wrapping its cold fingers around the heart. But even there, I have learned to lift my eyes beyond the darkness, for I know I do not walk alone. He is with me, closer than my breath. His presence a shield that no shadow can penetrate. His protection is not always a dramatic rescue, but a quiet constancy, a presence that never wavers. Sometimes the valley is not taken away, but his nearness transforms it. The shadows may remain, but they are no longer terrifying when I remember who walks beside me. His rod and his staff, the tools of the shepherd, are symbols of both protection and guidance. When I stray too close to danger, his staff gently draws me back. When threats approach, his rod defends me. I am never left vulnerable, never abandoned to face the valley alone. I have felt the storms within, the restless winds of anxiety, the crashing waves of grief, the thunderclaps of anger and confusion. These inner storms can be as fierce as any hurricane, threatening to tear apart the fragile peace within. But even then, the Lord is my refuge. He speaks to the storm within my soul, just as he spoke to the storm on the sea. Peace, be still. And the winds obey, the waves settle, and the sky clears once more. The storm may continue to rage outside, but within me, peace takes hold. A peace that does not depend on circumstances. A peace rooted in the unshakable presence of God. I have learned that peace is not the absence of trouble, but the presence of the one who is greater than the storm. His peace guards my heart and mind like a fortress, impenetrable and secure. Even when the lightning flashes and the thunder rolls, I am reminded that nothing takes him by surprise. He commands the wind and the waves, and all of creation listens to his voice. The rain may fall, but each drop is known to him, each gust of wind under his command. The storm has boundaries it cannot cross, for he has set the limits of its reach. In the valley, he speaks to me in ways I might not hear on the mountaintop. It is in the quiet after the storm that his voice is clearest, like the fresh air that follows heavy rain. The valley becomes a place of encounter, a sacred space where his presence is undeniable. He reminds me that even in weakness I am strong, for his power is made perfect in my weakness. He teaches me to trust, not in my own strength or understanding, but in his unfailing love. I think of the times I have been shielded from dangers I never saw, protected from paths that would have led me astray. How many times has his hand intervened without my knowledge? How often has he stood between me and harm? His presence an unseen wall of safety. He is my defender, my protector, my ever-present help in trouble. When I look back, I see his fingerprints on every part of my journey, moments where the path was unclear, yet somehow I was led, moments where I was afraid, yet found courage I did not know I had. Each storm, each valley has shaped me, not by breaking me, but by revealing his strength within me. What I once saw as obstacles, I now see as altars, places where I encountered God in profound ways. His presence is my shelter, like the cleft of the rock where Moses stood as the glory of God passed by. In him I am hidden, safe from the fiercest tempests. His shadow covers me, and beneath his wings I find refuge. The storm may howl, but I hear the heartbeat of God, steady and sure, a rhythm that reassures me I am held. Be still, he says, and know, not just believe, not just hope, but know that I am God. It is a knowing that settles in the bones, a certainty that cannot be shaken. He is sovereign over all, mighty in power, yet tender in love. He holds the universe in his hands, and yet he knows my name, my fears, my frailty. So when the storm rages and the valleys stretch long and shadowed, I will remember. I will remember that my God is with me, shielding me, guiding me, speaking peace into my soul. I will not fear, for he is near. I will not be shaken, for he is my foundation. And when the storm finally passes, when the sky is clear and the sun returns, I will stand stronger, my faith deeper, my heart more anchored in the truth that no storm can separate me from his love. And as the gentle rain continues to fall like grace upon the earth, I rest in the assurance that he is my refuge and strength, an ever-present help in times of trouble. Therefore, I will not fear, though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea. He is God. He is with me. He is my peace. The Lord is my fortress, my rock in whom I take refuge. When the winds howl and the waves crash around me, when life feels unstable and the ground beneath me trembles, I remember this truth. He is my unshakable foundation. There is no storm that can topple him, no force that can dislodge the one who has been my dwelling place throughout all generations. I think of the mountains, tall and steadfast, standing firm through ages of weather and time. They are immovable, enduring, and yet even they are not as steady as the Lord. He is the Rock of Ages, the eternal stronghold, that has never been worn down by the passage of time. In him I am safe. In him I find the shelter my soul so desperately seeks when chaos surrounds me. When I look back on the winding paths I've walked, I see moments when everything felt fragile, when the structures I built for myself crumbled, when the security I thought I had was suddenly stripped away. But even then, the Lord remained unmoved and unchanging. I may have been shaken, but my refuge stood firm. He stood firm. He waited for me to come, to hide myself in his presence, to rest beneath the shadow of his wings. He is my fortress, built with walls no enemy can breach. When troubles advance like armies, when fear and doubt march against my heart, I run to him, and the gates of his fortress close behind me. Inside, I hear the sound of the world's clamour, but it is distant now, muffled by the thick, indestructible walls of his protection. Here, in his presence, I am reminded of who I am. Not a trembling soul without defence, but a beloved child, secured within the might of my Father's embrace. There are days when I forget, when I stand exposed in the open fields of life, thinking I must fight every battle alone. The winds of circumstance whip against me, the rain of disappointment soaks me through, and my knees weaken under the weight of it all. But then I remember, the rock is near, the fortress is open, the refuge is ready. I need only turn my gaze, lift my weary feet, and run to him. And when I arrive, breathless and burdened, he receives me with peace. He strengthens my frame, renews my mind, and calms my spirit. In his fortress, I find clarity. The storm does not vanish, but from this vantage point, I see it differently. I see that no storm lasts forever, that every dark cloud is finite, but the love and power of my God are eternal. His refuge is not just walls of stone, but walls of promises, promises that cannot be broken. He has said, I will never leave you nor forsake you. He has declared, when you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep over you. These words are the very stones of the fortress, each one set firmly in place, unmoved by the tempests of life. I imagine myself resting here within his fortress, sitting by a great hearth where the fire burns warm and steady. Outside, the winds may howl, the rain may batter against the stones, but inside, it is still. It is safe. There is peace. I hear his voice in the quiet, reassuring and kind, reminding me of his power, his sovereignty, and his unwavering love for me. I do not need to defend myself. He is my defender. I do not need to construct my own shelter. He has already provided one that is perfect and eternal. Sometimes the fortress feels like a high tower, a place where I can see for miles, where the horizon stretches wide and expansive. From here, the storms look smaller, the battles less fierce. I can see the paths I have walked, the victories he has given, and the countless times he has rescued me from dangers seen and unseen. The perspective from his tower fills me with courage. What once loomed large and terrifying now shrinks under the light of his greatness. In this place, I am reminded that my soul's safety is not in my strength, nor in the fleeting securities of the world, but in him alone. Money may fail, relationships may falter, health may waver, but the Lord remains. He is my rock, steadfast, eternal, unyielding. His love is a canopy over me, his faithfulness the gate that secures me in, his grace the very air I breathe within these walls. I whisper his name in the quiet. Fortress, refuge, rock. And even the speaking of his name becomes a shield about me. Every syllable a brick in the walls that keep my heart at peace. When the morning comes and the storm has passed, I step out of the fortress with new strength. The air smells fresh, the ground is renewed, and I know that I have been preserved. My heart, once battered by fear, now beats with confidence because I stood on the rock. I took refuge in my God, and he did not fail me. Even as the skies clear, I carry the memory of his shelter with me. I know that whatever storms may come again, whatever shadows may rise, I have a place to go, a fortress to run to, a rock that will never crumble. And that knowledge settles deep within me, anchoring my soul with peace that surpasses all understanding. So I walk forward, not unscathed by life, but unbroken, because I am sheltered by the Most High. The Lord is my rock, my fortress, my deliverer. In him I take refuge, and I am safe. I cried out to the Lord, and he heard my voice. In the stillness of the night, when no one else could see the tears that trace silent paths down my face, when my heart could barely utter the words it held, I called upon him. It was not a polished prayer or an eloquent plea, just a simple, aching cry rising from the depths of my being. And yet, in his great compassion, he heard me. He leaned down from his holy hill, attentive and tender, catching every word, every groan, every unspoken longing. It is a wonder to me, even now, that the God who created the vastness of the heavens, who commands the stars and knows each one by name, would incline his ear to me, a single voice in a world filled with billions. Yet he does. Not because I am loud enough, not because my words are perfectly formed, but because I am his. And when his children cry, he listens. My pain is never ignored, my sighs never dismissed. In his love, every cry matters. From his holy hill, he answered me. The distance between heaven and earth is vast beyond human comprehension, yet no cry of mine must travel that expanse unaided. My prayer rises like incense before him, carried not by the strength of my voice, but by the Spirit who intercedes with groanings too deep for words. He hears before I even finish speaking, understanding the layers of my heart that even I cannot untangle. Sometimes his answer comes swiftly, a sudden peace that floods my soul, a door that opens, a burden that lifts. Other times his answer is a quiet assurance that he is working, even when I cannot see it. There are moments when the answer is not the removal of the trial, but the strengthening of my soul to endure it. And in those moments, I realize that the true gift is not the solution, but his nearness. His presence becomes the answer I needed all along. When I cried out in weakness, he strengthened me. When I cried out in fear, he surrounded me with his peace. When I cried out in confusion, he whispered wisdom into my heart. Every cry, every prayer became a thread in the tapestry of my relationship with him, a testimony that I am never abandoned, never forsaken. There have been nights when I could not even form words, when the only prayer I could manage was the silent ache of a weary heart. Yet even then, he heard. The Lord does not require eloquence, only honesty. He is the God who hears the groan of the oppressed, the whispered plea of the lonely, the desperate prayer of the broken-hearted. His ears are not dull to my cries. His heart is not indifferent to my pain. When I cried out to the Lord, he lifted my burdens like the morning mist rising from the earth. Slowly, gently, he peeled back the layers of heaviness, replacing them with lightness of soul. I have felt the weight of worry dissolve in his presence, the gnawing anxiety that once gripped my mind surrendering to his calming voice. Do not be afraid, he says, for I am with you. I have called you by name. You are mine. The more I cried out, the more I discovered that prayer is not a monologue but a dialogue. I speak, and he listens, but then he speaks, and I must quiet myself to hear. In the stillness that follows my cries, I hear his words of reassurance, his promises that stand firm. He reminds me that I am not defined by my struggles, that my identity is not rooted in my failures or fears, but in his unfailing love for me. And when he answers, he does so in ways I could never predict. Sometimes his answer is a change in circumstance, a miracle that shifts reality. Other times his answer is the gift of endurance, the grace to walk through the fire without being burned. At times he answers by sending people, friends, mentors, strangers, who speak life into my weary soul, who remind me that I am seen, valued, loved. There have been moments when I questioned if he was listening at all, when silence stretched longer than I wanted, when the heavens felt closed. But looking back, I see that even in the silence, he was working. His delays are not denials. His timing is perfect, shaped by wisdom I cannot comprehend. And so I trust, even when the answer seems distant, that he is still the God who hears. When I cried out to the Lord, he lifted me from the pit of despair, from the miry clay that threatened to swallow me. He set my feet upon a rock, giving me a firm place to stand. He put a new song in my mouth, a hymn of praise to our God. Many will see and fear and put their trust in the Lord because of what he has done in me. Every cry has become a chapter in my testimony. I cried and he heard. I was weak and he strengthened me. I was lost and he found me. I was afraid and he comforted me. I was broken and he restored me. This is the story of grace, the unfolding narrative of a God who is near to all who call on him in truth. Even now, I know that whatever lies ahead, I can cry out to him again and again. His ear is always open, his heart always ready to respond. I need not fear being a burden or praying too often. He delights in my voice, in my turning to him. And every time I do, I find that he is already there, waiting with open arms, ready to lift me higher, ready to speak peace into my storm. So I will continue to cry out, not in despair, but in faith, for I have learned that my cries do not echo into emptiness. They reach the very throne of God, and from his holy hill he hears me. And when he hears, he acts. He answers, he saves. In moments of weariness, he grants rest to my soul. When the burdens of life grow heavy, when my strength fades and my mind becomes tangled in endless concerns, it is then that he draws near with the gentlest of invitations. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. These words are not a distant promise, but an ever-present truth, waiting to embrace me when I have nothing left to give. There are days when weariness does not simply touch the body, but seeps deep into the soul. Fatigue that no sleep can cure, a heaviness that lingers despite stillness. It is in these seasons that I recognize my need for more than physical rest. I need the kind of rest that seeps into the core of who I am, the rest that only the creator of my soul can provide. My shepherd knows this need well. He sees beyond the surface, beyond the exhaustion written in my eyes, and perceives the deeper ache within. When I am weary, I try to press on, to hold everything together with my own fragile hands. But inevitably, I stumble, my steps faltering under the weight I was never meant to carry alone. It is then that his voice calls me back, tender and unwavering. Lay your burdens down. He does not demand that I fix myself before coming to him. He simply asks that I come, as I am, weary, worn, fragile. He grants rest, not by removing every difficulty in an instant, but by wrapping me in his presence, where my soul can breathe again. Like a weary traveller finding shade in the heat of day, I find refuge beneath the shadow of his wings. In this sacred space, the rushing of life slows. The noise of the world fades into the background, and I'm reminded that it is enough to simply be with him. His rest is like a gentle rain falling upon dry, cracked earth. It does not rush, does not force, but quietly seeps in, softening hardened places, reviving what was thought dead. My soul, thirsty and parched, begins to drink deeply of his peace. The places within me that felt hollow are filled with his presence, his love, his assurance that I am not alone, not forgotten. In his rest, I find perspective. I begin to see that the things which weighed so heavily on me are not mine to solve alone. He is the God who carries the world, the one who holds all things together by the power of his word. If he sustains the stars in their courses, surely he can sustain me. If he watches over the sparrows, surely he watches over me. Rest in his presence is not passive but healing. It is the divine exchange where my weakness is traded for his strength, my anxiety for his peace, my striving for his sufficiency. In this rest, he restores what weariness has eroded. My faith is renewed, my heart realigned with his purposes, my mind cleansed from the clutter of endless worries. There are moments when I feel too restless to rest, when my mind refuses to quiet, spinning with questions and unresolved concerns. Yet even then, he is patient. He sits with me in the restlessness, not rushing me but simply being near, his nearness a balm that slowly soothes. His presence is the safe harbour where even my turbulent thoughts can settle. He leads me beside still waters, waters that reflect not just the sky, but the peace of his own heart. In the reflection, I see glimpses of myself as he sees me, beloved, valued, worthy of rest. The stillness of the water invites me to be still as well, to cease from striving, to release the need to control what is beyond my grasp. As I rest, he speaks truth into my soul. You are not defined by your productivity. You are not measured by your accomplishments. You are my child, and that is enough. These words, soft yet powerful, dismantle the lies that whisper, I must always do more, be more, achieve more. In his presence, I am enough simply because he has called me his own. In this rest, I find healing not just for my soul, but for my body. The tension in my shoulders eases, the tightness in my chest loosens, my breathing deepens, as though every part of me remembers that I am safe here. I do not have to fight to be seen or heard. I am fully known, fully loved. And as I linger in his rest, I begin to notice the beauty I had missed in my hurry. The delicate sound of rain tapping against the window, the rustling of leaves in the wind, the soft rhythm of my own heartbeat, each a reminder that life is not found in endless motion, but in quiet moments of connection with the Creator. He grants rest not just for the night, but for the journey ahead. From this place of renewal, I rise with strength I did not have before, with peace that guards my heart and mind. I walk forward, not driven by urgency, but led by grace, knowing that whenever weariness returns, I can return to him. His rest is not a one-time gift, but a continual invitation. Come to me, he says again and again. And each time I come, I find the rest my soul was made for, deep, abiding, restoring rest. In his presence, I am reminded that I am held, that I am cherished, that I can let go and simply be. For the shepherd of my soul watches over me with unfailing love. And so I rest, I breathe, I trust. And in this sacred stillness, I am made whole again. The Lord's mercy renews every morning, his faithfulness stretching beyond the horizon, like the rain that nourishes the earth. Each dawn that breaks is not just the start of another day, but a living testament that his compassion has not run dry, that his grace is not depleted, that his love continues to flow with fresh strength for whatever the day may hold. I wake to the sound of the gentle rain, each drop a soft reminder that just as the earth is watered and made new, so too is my spirit refreshed by his endless mercy. There are days when I wake still feeling the weight of yesterday, the regrets, the worries left unresolved, the mistakes I wish I hadn't made. Yet even before I open my eyes, the Lord has already declared the day redeemed. My mercies are new this morning, he whispers to my heart. Rise and walk in the grace I have prepared for you. It is a mercy that doesn't hold yesterday against me. It does not tally my failures or remind me of my shortcomings. Instead, it offers me a clean slate, an invitation to start anew, to live fully in the embrace of divine compassion. His mercy is not like the fleeting kindness of this world, here today and gone tomorrow. It is steadfast, constant, as reliable as the sunrise. Just as surely as the sun rises to chase away the night, his mercy arrives, gentle and sure, sweeping away the shadows of my soul. The night might have been long, my rest restless, my mind clouded with thoughts that would not quiet. But morning comes, and with it, his mercy shines upon me like the first light warming the cold earth. The Lord's faithfulness stretches beyond the horizon, beyond what I can see or comprehend. When I look at the horizon, it seems endless, a meeting place of sky and earth that I can never quite reach. So too is his faithfulness, vast and infinite, always just beyond my full understanding, yet always present and surrounding me. It reaches into every corner of my life, every moment of joy, every tear shed in secret, every prayer whispered in hope or desperation. I have seen his faithfulness in the turning of the seasons. The rain falls in its appointed time. The sun returns after every storm. The earth yields its harvest in due season. Likewise, he orchestrates the seasons of my soul. There are seasons of abundance and seasons of waiting, times of growth and times of pruning. But in all of them, his faithfulness remains the constant thread that weaves my story together. Sometimes, when the path is obscured and I cannot see the way forward, I remind myself of his unchanging nature. The same God who carried me through past valleys will surely carry me through the ones ahead. His faithfulness is not based on my faithfulness. It is rooted in his character, which never wavers, never falters, never fails. Even when I am faithless, he remains faithful, for he cannot deny who he is. Every drop of rain that falls from the sky is like a token of his mercy, a gentle kiss from heaven that nourishes both the earth and the soul. I watch as the rain soaks into the ground, disappearing beneath the surface, unseen yet essential. So it is with his mercy. It seeps into the hidden places of my heart, softening what has grown hard, reviving what has felt barren, bringing life to what I thought was beyond hope. In his mercy, I am reminded that I am not defined by my past. The mistakes that once marked my days like heavy footprints in wet soil are washed away by the gentle rain of his grace. He remembers my sins no more, casting them as far as the east is from the west. Each morning I step into this truth afresh. I am forgiven. I am beloved. I am made new. His mercy meets me in the ordinary moments, in the quiet sipping of morning tea, in the stillness of a rainy morning, in the soft glow of light piercing through curtains. These moments are sacred, reminders that he is present in the simple, in the mundane, turning them into sanctuaries where I encounter his heart. Even when the skies are grey and the rain seems endless, I see his mercy. For the rain itself is a promise that life will grow again, that what seems cold and dreary is preparing the earth for beauty yet to come. And so it is with my life. The seasons of waiting, of sorrow, of uncertainty are not wasted. They are the gentle rain preparing my soul for the bloom of his purpose, the unfolding of his goodness in time. I stand by the window, watching droplets race down the glass, and I think of his faithfulness that has carried me this far. Every scar on my heart, every tear I have cried, every battle I have faced, he has been there through it all. I am still standing, still breathing, still hoping, because his mercy renewed me morning after morning. And I know that tomorrow, when the sun rises again, his mercy will rise with it. No matter what burdens I carry into the night, the dawn will meet me with grace. The horizon will stretch wide, painted with the colours of a faithful God who never changes. His compassions fail not. They are new every morning. Great is his faithfulness. So I rest in this truth. I let the rain remind me of his promises. I let the morning teach me that every day is a gift, a fresh start given by the one who loves me beyond measure. My soul is nourished, my heart made whole, because the Lord's mercy is endless, his faithfulness boundless, his love everlasting. And I will trust him with each morning yet to come, knowing that I will never wake to find his mercy absent. It will always be there, waiting for me with open arms, ready to renew my soul again and again. With every drop of rain, I remember his promises, steadfast love that endures forever, like rivers that never run dry. The rain, in its quiet persistence, tells the story of his faithfulness. Each droplet is a whisper from heaven, a soft and steady reminder that what God has spoken, he will fulfill. The earth drinks deeply of the rain, just as my soul drinks deeply of his word, and both are revived, both are sustained. As I listen to the rain's gentle rhythm, my mind drifts to the promises he has made, not just to the world, but to me personally. He promised never to leave me nor forsake me. In seasons when loneliness wraps around me like a heavy cloak, I recall this truth. He is here. Even when I cannot see him, even when my heart struggles to feel his presence, he is near, as constant as the rain that waters the ground in its due season. He promised that his mercies are new every morning, and each morning he has proven this true. Some mornings greet me with sunshine, others with grey skies and drizzle, but always without fail, his mercy arrives. Whether the day ahead is clear or uncertain, I step into it knowing that his love has already paved the way, his grace sufficient for whatever I will face. He promised to be my provider, and though at times I've looked at what little I held in my hands, he has always made it enough. Like rain that falls on both the vast fields and the smallest garden, his provision reaches me where I am, tailored to my needs, perfect in its timing. I may not always see the abundance immediately, but I have never been left in want for what truly matters: peace, strength, comfort, hope. When I was weighed down by burdens too heavy to bear, he reminded me of his promise to give rest to the weary. The rain taps against the windows, as though echoing his invitation to come, to lay down what I was never meant to carry alone. In that quiet space, I find relief, not because the burdens vanish entirely, but because I no longer shoulder them by myself. He walks with me, bearing the heaviest parts, speaking peace into the turmoil. His promises stretch back through generations. The same God who made a covenant with Abraham, who led Moses through the wilderness, who guided David through battles and betrayals, is the same God who walks with me. The rain that falls today is the same rain that fell on the prophets, on the kings, on the shepherds watching their flocks by night. It is the same sky, the same earth, and the same God. unchanging, unyielding in his faithfulness. There are promises I have yet to see fulfilled, prayers still waiting for their answers, hopes that remain in the quiet chambers of my heart. But the rain teaches me patience. It does not fall all at once, but steadily, in its own time, until the earth is saturated and the seeds beneath the surface awaken. So it is with his promises. They come to pass not in the haste of my wanting, but in the wisdom of his perfect timing. What he has spoken, he will bring to completion. I think of the rainbow, the sign of his covenant with all creation, that never again would he flood the earth in judgment. After every storm, when the sun breaks through, the colours stretch across the sky like a divine signature, a reminder that his word stands forever. Even in my personal storms, I look for the rainbow, not always visible to the eye, but present in the quiet assurances, in the small miracles, in the peace that follows the rain. His steadfast love endures forever. This is not just a poetic refrain, it is the bedrock of my faith. People may change, seasons may shift, hearts may falter, but his love remains. It is a river that never dries up, a well that never runs empty. When my heart feels parched, when my spirit is weary, I return to this truth and let it saturate me anew. With every drop of rain, I am reminded that nothing is wasted. The rain does not fall in vain. It seeps into the soil, nourishing roots hidden from sight, preparing the earth for fruitfulness. Likewise, his promises are working beneath the surface of my life, unseen yet active, preparing me for a harvest yet to come. I may not see the growth day by day, but I trust that in his time, the seeds he has planted will break through the soil of my life and bear fruit. His word is rain for my soul, refreshing and life-giving. When I immerse myself in his promises, I feel the dryness within me begin to soften. Despair is replaced with hope, confusion with clarity, weakness with strength. His word does not return void. It accomplishes what he desires, just as the rain ensures the earth yields its increase. Sometimes the rain falls gently, a soothing sound that lulls me to rest. Other times it comes in torrents, washing away debris and cleansing the streets. Both are necessary. In the same way, his work in me takes different forms, sometimes tender, sometimes intense, but always purposeful. He washes me with his truth, removes what no longer serves me, and refreshes my soul so I can stand anew. I sit in the quiet, listening to the steady patter of rain, and I let my heart be still. I remind myself of the promises written in his word, that he is my refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble, that he will never break his covenant of peace with me, that his plans for me are to prosper me, to give me a hope and a future. With every drop of rain, I surrender anew. I surrender my timelines, my expectations, my doubts, and my fears. I surrender them into the hands of the one who reigns above the flood, who commands the storm, who sends the rain and promises the rainbow. And as the rain continues to fall, I rest in this assurance that his promises are yes and amen, that his love is unwavering, that his faithfulness is my security, that his mercies will greet me again when the rain ceases and the sun returns. Until then, I wait, I trust, and I am refreshed, drop by precious drop, by the rain of his promises. Even in my loneliness, I remember, you hem me in, behind and before. You lay your hand upon me. These words fall upon my heart like a soft and steady rain, each syllable a drop of assurance that I am never truly alone. Though the world may feel distant, and the rooms I inhabit echo with silence, I am surrounded, not by walls, not by emptiness, but by the presence of the one who formed me, who knows me more intimately than I know myself. Loneliness can descend without warning. It creeps into the quiet hours when the phone remains silent, when invitations are absent, when laughter and conversation seem like distant memories. In those moments, the ache of isolation is tangible, as if the soul itself sighs for connection, for a voice to say, I see you, I am with you. And yet, even in that ache, I remember I am never beyond the reach of his presence. He hems me in, behind and before. The image is that of a skilled weaver, threading his protection and presence around every side of my being. He does not stand afar off, observing from a distance. He encircles me completely. Behind me, where my past threatens to haunt, he stands as a guardian, ensuring that the shadows of what was do not consume me. Before me, where the future remains a misty unknown, he walks ahead, preparing the path, smoothing the rough places, placing light where there might have been darkness. And then he lays his hand upon me. What comfort is found in this gentle touch? It is the touch of a father, steady and reassuring. It is the touch of a shepherd, guiding and correcting with tenderness. It is the touch of a friend, resting upon my shoulder, reminding me that I am seen and cherished. His hand is not heavy, nor does it press me down. Instead, it lifts, it steadies, it reassures. In the warmth of his hand, I find the closeness my heart longs for. There is no place I can go where he is not. If I ascend to the highest heights of joy, he is there, celebrating with me. If I plunge to the depths of sorrow, where even tears feel absent and numbness reigns, still, he is there, sitting with me in the darkness, refusing to let me fall beyond his reach. His presence is not conditional upon my awareness of it. It is constant, faithful, unwavering. When the nights stretch long and sleep eludes me, when I lie awake, listening to the hush of the world outside, I remind myself that even here, in the quiet of my room, I am not alone. He is nearer than the air I breathe, nearer than my own heartbeat. The walls may enclose me, but they do not confine me, for within them the Lord makes his dwelling with me. I think of how he wove me together in my mother's womb, every fibre of my being formed under his careful watch. From the very beginning, I was never alone. His eyes saw my unformed body. His thoughts toward me outnumber the grains of sand. To be known in such a way is to be enveloped in love that defies comprehension. It is to be hemmed in by a love that precedes my birth and stretches beyond my final breath. Even when I walk through the crowds, feeling invisible among the multitudes, I know that I am seen by him. In a world where so many faces blur together, where attention is fleeting and connection often shallow, his gaze remains fixed on me with a love that does not waver. I do not need to compete for his attention, for his eyes have never left me. Whether in solitude or in the midst of others, I carry his presence with me like a cloak wrapped tightly around my shoulders. He whispers to my soul, "I have called you by name. You are mine." These words are an anchor in the sea of isolation. To be called by name is to be known personally, deeply, intentionally. It is a reminder that my existence is not an accident, my presence not overlooked. I belong, not to a world that may forget, but to a God who never does. When the weight of loneliness presses heavy on my chest, I find solace in the Psalms, songs sung by others who knew the ache of isolation. David, sitting in caves, pursued and abandoned, cried out to God and was met with the comfort of divine companionship. Elijah, feeling utterly alone under the broom tree, heard the still, small voice of God. Jesus himself, in the Garden of Gethsemane, felt the loneliness of bearing the world's sin, yet he communed deeply with his Father. I am not the first to walk this path, and I am not walking it alone. He is the companion of the lonely, the friend who sticks closer than a brother, the one who promises, "I am with you always, to the very end of the age." His presence transforms solitude into sacredness. My loneliness becomes an invitation, not to despair, but to deeper intimacy with the one who never leaves. The rain continues to fall, steady and soft, and with each drop I remember his promises. He is my God, my refuge, my ever-present help. I am surrounded, held, and known. Even in my loneliness, I am never alone. I close my eyes and breathe deeply, letting his presence settle over me like a warm blanket. The ache may not disappear completely, but it is now infused with hope. The hope that I am loved with an everlasting love. The certainty that I am forever hemmed in, behind and before, by the one who holds me in the palm of his hand. The Lord watches over me as I sleep, his eyes never closing, his presence ever near, a gentle guardian of my soul. As the night drapes itself across the sky and the world grows quiet, I lay my head upon the pillow, knowing that while I surrender to rest, he remains vigilant. The darkness that surrounds me does not veil me from his sight. His eyes, which never tire nor slumber, remain fixed upon me with a watchful love that knows no end. There is a sacredness to the night, a hush that falls upon the earth, as though all of creation holds its breath. In these hours, when the noise of the day fades and the clamour of responsibilities is set aside, my soul finds space to simply be. Yet even in sleep, when my consciousness drifts and my defences are lowered, I am not exposed nor forgotten. The Lord is there, watching, shielding, attending to me with a care more tender than any earthly parent watching over a child. I imagine his presence like a canopy stretched above me, a protective covering that no shadow can pierce. He encamps around me, his angels stationed at every corner of my dwelling. No threat can approach without his knowledge. No harm can befall me without first passing through the sovereign filter of his will. And his will, always rooted in love, always guided by wisdom, ensures that even in the unseen hours I am safe. As I close my eyes, I am reminded that my heart beats because he sustains it. My lungs rise and fall with each breath, not by my doing, but by his continuous gift of life. While I rest, my body repairs, my mind sorts and stores memories, my spirit finds renewal, all orchestrated by the one who knit me together, who understands every function, every need within me. There is deep peace in knowing that my sleep is not an act of vulnerability, but of trust. To sleep is to release control, to acknowledge that I cannot sustain myself indefinitely. In resting, I declare that I believe in his sufficiency, that the world does not hinge on my constant striving, that my safety does not depend on my own vigilance. It is a sacred surrender into the hands of the one who neither slumbers nor sleeps. The psalmist writes, "He who watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep." These words are a balm to my weary mind, a reminder that as I drift into unconsciousness, I do not fall into a void, but into the hands of an ever-watchful God. He is attentive not just to the grand movements of nations and stars, but to the quiet rise and fall of my chest, to the dreams that dance behind closed eyes, to the secret burdens I carry even into sleep. Sometimes I wake in the middle of the night, my mind stirred by dreams or by the remnants of unresolved worries. In those moments when the darkness feels thick and the stillness almost oppressive, I remember that I am not alone in the room. The Lord is there, as present at midnight as he is at noon. I can speak to him then, whisper prayers that may be too tangled in daylight, but come freely in the quiet of night. And he listens. He always listens. There is a unique intimacy found in these nighttime prayers, a closeness that feels less formal, more raw, more honest. In the stillness, I confess my fears, my hopes, my uncertainties. I ask for his peace to settle over me again, for his presence to wrap around me like a soft, warm blanket. And inevitably, it comes, a calm that is not of my own making, a peace that surpasses understanding, guarding my heart and mind as I return to sleep. The Lord not only watches over me, he speaks in the night. Sometimes through dreams, sometimes through a quiet impression upon my spirit, sometimes through a verse remembered or a thought of clarity gifted in the early hours. The night is not devoid of his voice. It is, in fact, often in the silence of the dark that his whispers are most clearly heard. I think of the stories in Scripture where God revealed himself in the night. Jacob wrestled with him until the break of dawn, receiving not only a blessing, but a new name. Samuel, as a young boy, heard God calling him in the stillness of the temple, his ears attuned because the night was quiet. Joseph received dreams that foretold destiny and direction, guiding his steps when the path ahead was uncertain. The night is holy ground, a canvas upon which God paints his messages to the hearts that are listening. Knowing this, I do not fear the night, nor the vulnerability that sleep brings. Instead, I welcome it as a gift, a time not only for physical renewal, but for spiritual refreshment. I trust that even in sleep, the Lord is at work within me, healing what is broken, restoring what is weary, strengthening what is weak. His Spirit breathes over me, within me, ensuring that I rise with new mercy, new strength, new clarity for the day ahead. Morning always comes, and with it the light of his new mercies. I open my eyes to find that the world has continued spinning, the sun has risen, the air is filled with life once again, all upheld by the one who watched while I slept. He is the keeper of my nights and the giver of my days. In this rhythm of rest and wakefulness, I am reminded of my own limitations and of his limitless care. And so I lay down each night without fear, for I know that the Lord sustains me. I sleep in peace because he is my protector. I awaken with gratitude because he is my keeper. My nights are not wasted hours, but sacred interludes in his presence, where my soul rests even more deeply than my body. Even if dreams come, or if sleep is interrupted, his hand remains upon me. Whether awake or asleep, I am his, watched over, cared for, deeply loved. The Lord watches over me, and because of that, I can rest without anxiety, knowing that the one who holds the universe also holds me close, keeping me safe until morning light returns once more. He knows the number of the stars and calls them by name. In the vastness of the night sky, where countless stars shimmer like scattered diamonds across a deep velvet canvas, I am reminded of the magnitude of his power and the intimacy of his care. Each star, distant and brilliant, is not anonymous or forgotten. Rather, it is known intimately by the Creator who fashioned the universe with a word. If he names the stars, counting each one with loving precision, how much more does he know me? The intricate details of my life, the silent prayers whispered from my heart, the secret longings that even I struggle to express. The stars are countless beyond what my mind can grasp, yet the Lord calls each one by name. This speaks of a God who is both majestic and personal, transcendent yet near. He is the sovereign ruler of galaxies and the tender father of my soul. When I feel small, insignificant against the vastness of the world and the magnitude of my troubles, I remember that the one who set every star in place also holds me close. My worth is not measured by the world's standards, but by his unchanging love. In moments of doubt and fear, I find solace in this truth. The God who meticulously numbers the stars watches over me with that same careful attention. He is aware of my struggles, my triumphs, my joys, and my sorrows. Nothing escapes his notice. He sees me not as a faceless crowd member, but as a beloved child, uniquely crafted and deeply cherished. There have been times when I've felt overwhelmed by the enormity of life's challenges, when the problems before me seemed as endless as the night sky. In those seasons, I have gazed upward, searching the heavens for hope, and found it in the quiet assurance that my God is not distant or detached, but intimately involved in every detail. The vast universe is not beyond his reach. It is the very place where his power and love converge. He calls me by name, just as he calls each star. There is no mistake, no oversight. His knowledge of me is complete. This personal knowledge is not cold or clinical, but warm and life-giving. It means that in my darkest moments, when I feel unseen or forgotten, I am actually held within the deepest gaze of a loving God. He remembers me. He remembers the tears I've shed, the prayers I have prayed, the dreams I have nurtured. The Lord's knowledge of me extends beyond mere awareness. It is a knowing that moves him to action. He does not observe from afar, but engages with my life, intervening with grace, providing strength when I falter, and guiding me with gentle hands. Like a shepherd who counts every sheep, ensuring none are lost, he watches over me with relentless care. In the quiet of the night, when the world is still and my heart is restless, I think of the stars and their steady light. Their brilliance is a reflection of his glory, a reminder that he is both creator and sustainer. Each star shines by his command, and so does the light within me when I surrender to his presence. I am called to shine, not in my own strength, but by his Spirit working through me. There is comfort in knowing that the God who names the stars also knows my name, not just as a label, but as a declaration of relationship. It is an invitation to intimacy, a call to trust, a promise that I am never alone. When I call upon him, he listens because I am known, because I am precious in his sight. This knowledge transforms my perspective. Instead of feeling lost or insignificant, I stand with confidence, rooted in the truth that my life matters deeply to the one who fashioned the cosmos. I am part of a grand design woven into the fabric of his kingdom, held by hands stronger than the forces that govern the stars. When worries crowd my mind, I find peace in the rhythm of the night sky. The stars remind me of God's unchanging nature, constant, faithful, and sure. Though seasons change and life's challenges shift, his care remains steady, a beacon of hope that outlasts every storm. I imagine him reaching out to me, his hand gentle yet powerful, calling my name with the same tenderness he uses to call the stars. In that calling, I find purpose and belonging. I am reminded that I am not merely a speck in the universe, but a beloved child whose name is etched on the heart of God. The stars may be distant, but the one who names them is near. His presence surrounds me, comforts me, and fills me with a peace that surpasses all understanding. I rest in this truth, knowing that the God who knows every star also knows me, completely, lovingly, eternally. So, as I gaze upward or close my eyes to sleep, I carry this assurance deep within my soul. I am known. I am called. I am loved. The creator of the cosmos holds me by name, and in his hands I am safe. I am cherished, and I am never alone. I lift my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? The question echoes in my heart whenever the weight of life presses heavily upon me, when challenges rise like mountains too steep to climb alone. In moments of uncertainty and weariness, my gaze naturally turns upward, toward the hills, the heights that stretch beyond the familiar plains of my daily life. Those hills, steadfast and enduring, remind me that help is not found in fleeting things or in my own limited strength, but in a source greater than any obstacle. The hills are ancient, formed long before I was born, shaped by the hand of God, who holds the earth in his hands. They stand as silent witnesses to his power, his faithfulness, and his unchanging nature. When I look to them, I am reminded that the one who created these hills is the same one who watches over me. The creator of the mountains is the helper of my soul. Where does my help come from? It comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. This truth settles over me like a gentle rain after a long drought. The maker of all things, the one who spoke the stars into existence and set the boundaries of the seas, is my refuge. He is not distant or indifferent, but intimately involved in my life, ready to provide strength, guidance, and peace. When I feel overwhelmed by the hills I must climb, the problems that seem insurmountable, the fears that threaten to paralyze me, the doubts that cloud my mind, I remind myself that my help is not found in the size of the mountain, but in the greatness of my God. No matter how high the hill or how rough the path, He is greater still. His power is not limited by my circumstances, and His grace is sufficient for every step I take. There have been seasons when the hills before me felt like walls, blocking every possible way forward. In those times, I have called out to Him, lifting my eyes not just in sight, but in faith, trusting that the Maker of heaven and earth would provide a way. And He has never failed. Sometimes the path has been made clear. Other times, He has given me the strength to climb step by step, even when the summit remained hidden in the clouds. The hills also remind me of the journey of faith, that it is not a race to be won quickly, but a pilgrimage to be travelled faithfully. Each hill I face is an opportunity to learn dependence, to grow in trust, to deepen my relationship with the one who sustains me. When I'm tempted to rely on my own strength or to seek help from fleeting sources, I lift my eyes again and remember where true help comes from. My help is not from the hills themselves, nor from the people or resources that seem strong or reliable. My help is from the Lord alone. He is my shield, my defender, my refuge in times of trouble. When I feel small and powerless, He reminds me that I'm held in His mighty hands. His strength is made perfect in my weakness. Even when the hills are steep and the path is rugged, I find comfort knowing that I do not walk alone. The Lord goes before me, preparing the way, and walks beside me, steadying my steps. His presence is my constant companion, a light that guides me through every shadow, and a hand that lifts me when I stumble. I lift my eyes to the hills, and I'm filled with hope. The hills are a symbol of the challenges I face, but also of the greatness of the God who helps me overcome them. No mountain is too high, no obstacle too great, when my help comes from the Lord. In the quiet moments of reflection, I feel His strength filling me, His peace calming my heart. I am reminded that I am not defined by the size of my problems, but by the power of the one who sustains me. The Maker of heaven and earth is my help, and in Him I find courage to face each new day, so I continue to lift my eyes to the hills, not with fear, but with faith. I trust that the Lord, my God, will meet me there, on every hill, in every valley, through every storm. He is my refuge, my strength, my help, and I will never be alone. He will not let my foot slip. These words echo in the quiet chambers of my heart, offering a steadfast promise amid the uncertainties that life so often brings. I walk through paths that are uneven and sometimes treacherous, places where one wrong step could send me tumbling into fear, doubt, or despair. Yet in the midst of these precarious moments, I cling to the assurance that He is my keeper, the one who holds my feet steady on the path. When I feel unsteady, when the ground beneath me seems shaky and the way forward unclear. I remember that it is not by my own strength that I walk securely, but by the firm grasp of the Lord. He is the foundation beneath my feet, the rock on which I stand. Though I may falter, though the world may shift around me, he will not let me slip. His hands are sure and steady, holding me with unbreakable love. This promise is not just about physical safety, but also about spiritual and emotional steadiness. Life's challenges can unsettle my heart and cloud my mind. Temptations arise, fears attack, and discouragement threatens to overwhelm. Yet through it all, the Lord's presence is my balance. When my emotions waver and my thoughts spiral, he is the calm centre that keeps me from falling into despair. I have experienced moments when the slippery slopes of anxiety and doubt threatened to take me down. The path was slick with uncertainty, and I felt myself sliding toward fear. But even then, his faithfulness held me fast. His grace caught me when I could no longer hold on, and his love lifted me above the danger. In his strength, I found footing again, sure and secure. The Lord watches over me with unwavering attention. His eyes never leave the way I walk. When I'm tempted to rush ahead recklessly, he slows my steps with gentle correction. When I hesitate, fearful to move forward, he encourages me with quiet strength. He knows the way better than I do and guides me carefully, ensuring that I take only steps I can safely bear. He who watches over me will neither slumber nor sleep. This truth brings great comfort. Unlike me, who tires and needs rest, my keeper is ever vigilant. He never closes his eyes or turns away. When I am weary and vulnerable, he is awake and alert, guarding my path, protecting my steps from hidden dangers. His watchful care is a shield that surrounds me day and night. I recall the times when I felt overwhelmed by the unknown, the twists and turns I could not anticipate, the unexpected obstacles that seemed to appear suddenly. In those moments, I clung to the promise that he would not let my foot slip. Even when I could not see the next step clearly, his hand was there, steadying me, guiding me with gentle precision. There is a profound peace that comes from trusting this promise. I no longer live in fear of stumbling or failing, because I know I am upheld by the one who is faithful. This assurance frees me to walk with courage, even when the path is difficult. I can face the unknown with confidence, because my keeper is greater than any uncertainty. When I reflect on my journey, I see the many times he has kept me from falling, the many ways his grace has caught me just before I would have been undone. These memories are like anchors, holding me firm in times of doubt. They remind me that his faithfulness is not occasional but constant, a steady presence that never wavers. The Lord's care is not passive but active. He moves to protect me, to guide me, to lift me up when I falter. His love is relentless, pursuing me through every hardship and holding me close through every challenge. He is the shepherd who knows each step I take and guards me through every valley and mountaintop. I find strength in surrendering to his watchful care. When I try to control every step, I tire and stumble. But when I place my trust in him, I find rest and assurance. His power is made perfect in my weakness. His grace covers my flaws and steadies my steps. Even when the road ahead is uncertain, even when the ground feels unsteady beneath me, I can move forward with faith. I do not walk alone. The one who made the heavens and the earth is holding me firmly. His hand is beneath my feet, his eyes upon my path, his love surrounding me always. So I walk on, step by step, heart anchored in the promise that he will not let my foot slip. I face each new day with courage, knowing that no matter how slippery or steep the path, my keeper is with me, steadying me, guiding me, and carrying me safely through all things. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? These words resonate deeply within me, offering a profound source of courage and hope in moments when fear threatens to overwhelm. Life often brings shadows that cloud the path, challenges that stir anxiety, and uncertainties that unsettle the heart. Yet in the midst of all these, the presence of the Lord shines like a beacon, illuminating the darkness and dispelling the shadows that seek to consume me. Light is more than just brightness. It is clarity, guidance, and warmth. When the Lord is my light, he reveals the way forward, making clear what was once hidden or confusing. He dispels the doubts that darken my mind and replaces despair with hope. In his light, I see the truth of who I am, a beloved child, created in his image, redeemed and cherished beyond measure. Salvation is the deliverance he offers, not just from physical danger, but from the deepest fears and bondage of the soul. It is freedom from the chains of guilt, shame, and despair. Knowing that he is my salvation fills me with peace, because it means that no matter what trials I face, I am not without help. He is my refuge and my rescue, the one who stands with me when I feel weakest. When I face fears, whether of the unknown future, of loss, of failure, or even of death, these words bring assurance that I am held in a power far greater than any threat. Fear loses its grip when I remember that the creator of the universe, the Lord who commands the stars and holds the oceans in his hands, is the same God who watches over me. If he is for me, who can be against me? There have been times when fear crept in quietly, like a shadow in the corner of my heart, whispering doubts and stirring unrest. But in those moments, the Lord's light breaks through. It is a light that cannot be hidden or overcome. It shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. I find courage not because my fears vanish instantly, but because his presence surrounds me, filling me with a peace that surpasses all understanding. This light is also a lamp to my feet and a light to my path. It guides me step by step, helping me navigate the twists and turns of life. When the way is unclear, when decisions loom large and choices feel overwhelming, I look to him, and his light steadies my steps. It reveals dangers to avoid and shows opportunities to embrace. In his light, I do not walk blindly, but with confidence and assurance. The Lord's salvation is a refuge in times of trouble. When storms rage around me, when waves of hardship crash against my spirit, I run to him. He is my stronghold, my fortress, my deliverer. In him I find safety that the world cannot give. His salvation is not a distant hope, but a present reality, a shield that guards me, a shelter that protects me. I remember the stories of those who trusted in the Lord, how they faced giants, walked through fire, and stood firm in battles, not by their own strength, but by relying on Him. Their courage inspires me, reminding me that the same God who empowered them is with me now. He is my light and my salvation, today and always. Fear often seeks to isolate, to make me feel small and powerless. But in the light of the Lord, I am reminded of my true identity and my place in His kingdom. I am a child of the Most High, clothed in His righteousness, covered by His grace. Nothing can separate me from His love, and no fear can sever the bond we share. His light also reveals His love. It shines not just on my path, but into the depths of my heart, exposing areas where fear has taken root, and gently transforming them with compassion and truth. In His light, I am healed, restored, and made whole. Fear cannot thrive where His love dwells fully. So when shadows fall and doubts arise, I lift my eyes to the Lord, my light and my salvation. I remind myself that with Him, I have all I need to face whatever comes. I will not be afraid, for He is greater than all my fears. His light leads me, His salvation sustains me, and His love surrounds me. Whom shall I fear? With the Lord as my light and my salvation. There is no enemy too strong, no darkness too deep, no fear too great. I walk forward with courage, knowing that His light will never fade, His salvation will never fail, and His presence will always be with me. In the quiet night, I meditate on His word. When the world slows down and the distractions fade, I find myself drawn into the sacred space where His truth speaks most clearly. The night offers a stillness that the busy day cannot provide, a chance to listen deeply, to reflect, and to let His promises settle like dew upon my soul. It is in these moments that His word becomes a lamp to my feet and a light to my path, guiding me through the shadows and illuminating the way forward. Meditating on His word is more than reading. It is dwelling within the depths of His love and wisdom. Each phrase, each verse carries life. It nourishes my spirit, refreshes my heart, and renews my mind. His word is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword, piercing through doubt, fear, and confusion to reveal the hope and peace that lie beneath. As I meditate, I feel the weight of burdens lift, replaced by the gentle assurance that I am held by a loving God. In the stillness of the night, the words echo softly within me, becoming a melody that calms my restless thoughts. When anxiety threatens to steal my peace, when questions whirl without answers, His word anchors me. It reminds me of His faithfulness in the past, His presence in the present, and His promises for the future. I find refuge in these truths, a sanctuary where fear cannot enter. The night encourages a deeper focus, free from the noise and hurry of the day. It is a sacred time to connect with God's heart, to hear His voice more clearly. His word becomes a conversation partner, responding to the needs of my soul, offering guidance, comfort, and strength. I am reminded that His truth is a lamp, not just for understanding, but for transformation. As I meditate, I realise that his word is not static. It moves and breathes within me. It shapes my thoughts and desires, aligns my will with his, and challenges me to live differently. The night becomes a holy classroom where I learn to trust more deeply, love more fully, and walk more faithfully. Each verse is a step on the journey toward becoming more like him. In the darkness, his word shines brighter. It is a light that breaks through confusion, dispels despair, and brings clarity to my path. When the way ahead seems uncertain, his promises provide a roadmap. They speak of hope in hopelessness, peace in turmoil, and joy in sorrow. Meditating on these truths renews my courage to face whatever challenges come with the dawn. The Psalms especially become a refuge in the night. Songs of praise, lament, thanksgiving, and trust. Their poetry captures the full range of human experience, giving voice to my own joys and struggles. Through them, I join a chorus of believers across time who have found strength in God's word during dark seasons. His word also reveals his character: holy, just, merciful, faithful, and loving. Knowing who God is deepens my trust and calms my fears. It reminds me that I'm cared for by a God whose power is matched by his compassion. This knowledge shapes how I face the night's uncertainties, filling me with peace that surpasses understanding. Meditation at night becomes a sacred rhythm, a practice of resting in his presence and allowing his word to dwell richly within me. It is a time of renewal, where weariness is exchanged for strength and confusion for wisdom. I find that the more I meditate, the more my heart is softened, my mind is sharpened, and my spirit is refreshed. In this stillness, I'm reminded that the journey of faith is not always marked by grand gestures, but by quiet moments of communion. The night holds space for these encounters, where I can lay down my fears and receive his peace. His word becomes a refuge, a lamp, and a light, illuminating not only my path but my soul. As I close my eyes to sleep, the truths I've meditated upon linger like a gentle melody. They guard my heart and mind, keeping anxiety at bay and filling me with hope. I rest in the assurance that his word is a constant guide, a faithful friend, and an eternal source of life. In the quiet night, meditating on his word transforms my perspective, renews my strength, and deepens my faith. It is a sacred gift, a beacon of light that leads me safely through the darkness and into the dawn of a new day. Even when my heart is heavy, I find comfort in these words: the Lord is close to the broken-hearted. There are seasons in life when sorrow settles deep within me, when grief weighs down my spirit and the pain feels almost too much to bear. In those moments, the world can seem cold and distant, but these words shine like a warm light, reminding me that I'm not alone in my suffering. The God who made the heavens and the earth draws near to those who are hurting, wrapping his arms around the broken pieces of my heart. To be broken-hearted is to feel the rawness of loss, disappointment, or loneliness, to carry wounds that may not be visible but are deeply felt. It is in this brokenness that I often feel the closest to God, not because he causes my pain, but because he meets me in it. He does not turn away from my tears or dismiss my sorrow. Instead, he leans in with tender compassion, ready to heal and restore. I have known times when my spirit was crushed, when hope seemed fragile, and joy felt out of reach. Yet even in those darkest valleys, I sensed his presence, steady and sure, like a gentle hand guiding me through the shadows. His closeness is not just a comforting idea, but a living reality, a presence that fills the empty spaces, a peace that soothes the aching heart. The Lord's nearness to the broken-hearted reminds me that pain is not the end of the story. Though wounds may be deep, healing is possible because of his love. He is the great physician who mends what is shattered and restores what is lost. In his presence, my brokenness is not a barrier, but a bridge to deeper connection and transformation. When I feel overwhelmed by sorrow, I turn to him in prayer and find that he listens with unwavering attention. My cries are heard, my tears are gathered, and my suffering is carried alongside his own heart of compassion. He is not distant or detached, but intimately involved in every part of my pain. This closeness brings hope. It assures me that I do not have to carry my burdens alone. He stands beside me, walking through the pain, bearing the weight that feels too heavy. His strength becomes my refuge, his love my anchor. In him I find a safe place to rest and recover. The Lord's presence also brings courage to face another day. Knowing he is near, I can take one more step forward, breathe one more breath of hope, and open my heart to the possibility of joy again. His nearness transforms despair into endurance, sorrow into strength. I think of the many psalms where the writers poured out their brokenness before God and found refuge in his nearness. Their honesty and vulnerability inspire me to do the same, to bring my pain openly before him without fear of judgment or rejection. In those moments, I am reminded that he invites all who are weary and burdened to come to him and find rest. The Lord's closeness to the broken-hearted is also a promise that healing is underway, even when it feels slow or incomplete. He gently works in the hidden places of my soul, mending what has been torn and restoring what has been lost. This process may take time, but his faithfulness never wavers. I find comfort in knowing that my brokenness does not define me. I am not my pain, nor am I alone in it. I am a child of God, held tenderly in his hands, cherished beyond measure. His love surrounds me completely, filling every crack with grace and hope. In moments of quiet reflection, I feel his presence like a soothing balm, easing the ache in my heart. I rest in his promise to never leave me, to draw near when I call, and to carry me through every trial. His nearness is a lifeline, a source of strength that sustains me when I feel weakest. Even when the world feels overwhelming, I remember that the Lord is close. His love is a constant in the changing tides of life, a refuge in every storm. I am not forgotten, not forsaken, but deeply loved by the one who heals the broken-hearted. So I bring my sorrows to him, knowing that he welcomes me with open arms. I let his presence fill the emptiness, his peace calm the turmoil, and his love restore my soul. In the closeness of the Lord, my broken heart finds hope, healing, and new life. He gathers my tears in his bottle. Not one is lost to him. This profound truth offers a deep comfort that reaches into the very core of my being. In moments of sorrow, when tears flow freely and my heart feels overwhelmed, I remember that each tear is precious to God, collected and treasured as if it were a priceless gem. Nothing I endure is overlooked or forgotten. Every expression of pain and every silent cry is held tenderly by the one who loves me beyond measure. Tears are often seen as signs of weakness or defeat, but in his eyes they are a language of the soul, honest, raw, and heartfelt. When I cannot find words to express the depths of my sorrow, my tears speak volumes. They are prayers in their own right, pouring out my grief, my frustration, my longing, and God listens attentively, gathering them as evidence of his intimate care and compassion. There have been times when my heart felt so heavy that tears were the only relief I could find. In the solitude of those moments, I have felt vulnerable and exposed, wondering if anyone truly sees or understands the pain I carry. Yet this promise assures me that I am fully known, fully seen by my Creator. He does not merely observe my suffering from afar. He collects every tear, marking each one as significant and meaningful. The image of God gathering my tears into a bottle speaks to his profound personal involvement in my life. It is not a distant, impersonal act, but a deliberate and loving one. He collects my tears as a keepsake, a testimony to his unwavering presence through every trial. In this I find solace, that even my smallest moments of pain are precious to him. This truth also reminds me that sorrow does not go unnoticed or wasted. Each tear shed is part of the healing process, a step toward restoration. When I allow myself to grieve and bring my tears before God, I open the door for his healing touch. He does not rush me to move on or dismiss my pain, but walks with me through the valley of tears, gently carrying me toward wholeness. Knowing that God gathers my tears encourages me to bring all my emotions before him. Not just the easy ones, but the painful, messy, complicated feelings as well. He welcomes my honesty and holds my heart with tenderness. I do not have to hide my tears or pretend to be strong, because he is strong enough to bear my weakness. His care in collecting my tears also points to his faithfulness in remembering my pain. When life feels unfair or overwhelming, and I fear my suffering might be forgotten, I am reassured that God keeps a record of my trials. My tears are not invisible. They are memorialized in his heart. This gives me hope that justice, healing, and comfort will come in his perfect timing. The promise that he gathers my tears in his bottle also speaks to the depth of his empathy. God is not a distant observer, but a compassionate Father who experiences my pain alongside me. He understands the language of tears because he himself wept in moments of sorrow and loss. This shared experience of grief connects me to his heart in a profound way. In the quiet moments of reflection, I picture God tenderly collecting each tear, a visual of his boundless love and care. It comforts me to know that my suffering matters deeply to him, that I am not alone in my pain. His presence is a refuge where I can lay down my burdens, knowing they are safe in his hands. This truth also invites me to trust God with my emotions, to release the weight of grief into his care. When I feel overwhelmed, I can rest in the knowledge that he is collecting my tears and will one day wipe them away completely. There is a future promise of a time when sorrow will be no more, and every tear will be forgotten in the joy of his presence. For now I am comforted by his nearness and his attentiveness. He sees my tears, hears my silent cries, and gathers them lovingly. His care is not temporary, but eternal, a constant in the shifting seasons of my life. Because he collects my tears, I can weep freely without shame or fear. I can bring my deepest hurts before him, confident that he holds them close. In this sacred gathering of tears, I find healing, hope, and the assurance of his unfailing love. So I surrender my sorrows to him, knowing that he is tenderly watching over me. I trust that each tear is a step toward restoration, and that in his time he will turn my mourning into dancing. Until then, I rest in the comfort of thought that my tears are precious to God, gathered, remembered, and treasured by the one who loves me beyond measure. He restores my soul. In the quiet moments when weariness weighs heavy upon me, when the trials of life have drained my spirit and left me feeling empty, this promise becomes a balm to my heart. Restoration is not simply about returning to a former state. It is about renewal, rejuvenation, and transformation. It is the gentle but powerful work of God breathing new life into the parts of me that have been broken, worn, or forgotten. There have been seasons when my soul felt parched, like a dry and cracked land under the relentless sun. In those times, I struggled to find joy, hope, or purpose. My energy was sapped, and even the simplest tasks felt burdensome. Yet in the midst of this spiritual drought, the Lord reached down with his healing hands, pouring living water into the depths of my being. He renewed my strength, refreshed my heart, and restored my desire to seek him anew. Restoration is a deeply personal work. It happens not just in grand moments of revelation, but in the small, quiet acts of grace that unfold daily. It may come through the comfort of a friend's words, the beauty of a sunrise, or the stillness of prayer. Sometimes it arrives slowly, like the first gentle drops of rain after a long drought, gradually soaking into the soil of my soul and bringing forth new growth. The Lord's restoration is comprehensive. He heals the wounds that have left scars on my heart, mends the fractures in my spirit, and replenishes the reserves of my soul that have been depleted. Where there was despair, he plants hope. Where there was weariness, he infuses strength. Where there was brokenness, he weaves wholeness. I think of the times when life's burdens felt too great to bear, when grief, disappointment, or failure seemed to close in around me. In those moments, restoration felt impossible, a distant dream beyond reach. Yet he came close. He did not condemn my weakness or scorn my struggles, but met me where I was, embracing me with compassion and gently guiding me back to life. Restoration also means forgiveness, the lifting of guilt and shame that can weigh heavily on the soul. The Lord's grace wipes away the stains of past mistakes, offering a fresh start and a new beginning. In his presence, I am made clean, free to move forward without the chains of regret dragging me down. There is a rhythm to restoration, a cycle of dying and rising that mirrors the natural world. Just as the seasons turn, bringing winter's rest and spring's rebirth, my soul experiences times of letting go and times of growth. The Lord is faithful through every season, working steadily to restore what has been lost and to cultivate new life within me. Sometimes restoration comes through surrender, the act of releasing control and trusting God with my pain and my future. In surrender, I find freedom from the burdens I carry, an open space for His healing. It is a courageous step, one that requires faith, but it leads to profound renewal. The Lord's restoration is not just about healing the past, but preparing me for the future. He restores my soul so that I may walk forward with confidence, purpose, and peace. This restoration equips me to face life's challenges with resilience and hope, knowing that He is continually at work within me. I find comfort in knowing that restoration is ongoing. Even when I feel strong and whole, the Lord continues to renew my spirit, deepening my faith and expanding my capacity to love and serve. His work in me is never finished, but ever unfolding, a beautiful journey of becoming more like Him. In moments of quiet reflection, I sense His presence filling the empty spaces within me, infusing me with a peace that surpasses understanding. This peace is the fruit of restoration, a calm assurance that no matter what I have faced or will face, my soul is held securely in His hands. Restoration also brings joy, a deep, abiding gladness that rises from knowing I am loved and accepted just as I am. This joy is not dependent on circumstances, but rooted in the unchanging character of God. It bubbles up like a spring within, refreshing my heart and spilling over into every part of my life. As I walk through life, I carry this promise close to my heart, that no matter how broken or weary I may feel, the Lord is able to restore my soul. He is my healer, my redeemer, my sustainer. In His presence, I find new life, new hope, and new strength. So I rest in His care, trusting that His restoration is perfect and complete. I allow Him to mend what is broken, to refresh what is dry, and to renew what is weary. And as He does, I am transformed, not by my own effort, but by His gracious, loving hand. With every step I take, I am reminded that my soul is restored by the One who created me, who knows me intimately, and who delights in making all things new. In His restoration, I find peace, purpose, and the courage to keep moving forward, knowing that I am never alone, and that His love will sustain me always. The rain reminds me of His cleansing mercy, washing away weariness and renewing my spirit. Each gentle drop that falls from the sky carries with it a quiet invitation, a call to let go of the burdens I carry, to release the dust of fatigue and frustration, and to be refreshed anew. Just as the rain softens the earth, making it ready to bloom again, His mercy softens my heart, clearing away the heaviness that weighs me down and preparing me for a fresh start. There have been times when I have felt worn thin, as if the trials of life have scraped away my energy and hope. In those moments, the rain becomes a symbol of God's grace, a reminder that no matter how parched or exhausted I feel, His mercy is always available to cleanse and restore. It does not matter how long I have carried my weariness. His mercy falls freely, renewing my strength and spirit. Mercy is more than forgiveness. It is a tender kindness that reaches into the depths of my soul. It is the gentle touch of God's love that not only pardons my mistakes, but also heals the wounds they leave behind. Like rain soaking into dry soil, His mercy penetrates places in me that have grown hard or brittle, bringing life and flexibility where there was once rigidity and pain. I think of how rain refreshes the earth, making flowers bloom and trees flourish. In the same way, God's mercy brings beauty and growth to my soul. It nurtures the seeds of hope that may have lain dormant, encouraging them to sprout and grow strong. His mercy gives me the courage to face each day with renewed faith, even when the road ahead is uncertain or difficult. The rain's steady rhythm reminds me of the constancy of His mercy. It is not a one-time event, but a continual gift, falling softly and persistently, sustaining me through every season. When I feel overwhelmed or discouraged, I can lean on this truth, that His mercy is ever present, never running dry, always sufficient for my needs. In the quiet moments when I watch rain trace patterns down the window pane, I am reminded that God's mercy also cleanses my perspective. It helps me see my struggles not as defeats, but as opportunities for growth and transformation. His mercy reshapes my understanding of pain, teaching me to trust in His goodness, even when circumstances are hard. The cleansing power of mercy invites me to release guilt, shame, and regret. Like rain washing away dirt and grime, His mercy removes the stains of past mistakes that cling to my heart. It offers a fresh start, a chance to walk forward unburdened by the weight of what once was. In this cleansing, I find freedom and peace. His mercy also renews my spirit by filling me with His presence. When I feel empty or disconnected, His mercy pours into the emptiness, filling me with His love, hope, and joy. It restores the spark within me, rekindling a passion for life and faith that may have dimmed under the pressures of daily struggles. There is a humility in receiving mercy, a recognition of my need for grace, and a willingness to accept God's help. The rain teaches me this humility, reminding me that I am not self-sufficient, but deeply dependent on the kindness of my Creator. It invites me to surrender my pride and open my heart to His healing touch. The imagery of rain also connects me to the natural rhythms of life and God's faithful provision. Just as the earth depends on rain to sustain growth, I depend on His mercy to sustain my soul. This dependence is not a weakness, but a beautiful expression of trust, acknowledging that I am cared for by a God who sees my needs and meets them with compassion. I have experienced moments when the cleansing mercy of God felt like a gentle rain after a storm, soft, unexpected, and deeply refreshing. In those times I sensed His presence enveloping me, washing away the residue of pain and fatigue, leaving behind a renewed sense of peace and strength. This mercy gave me the courage to continue, knowing that I was not alone. His mercy is also a promise that no matter how far I have wandered or how deeply I have fallen, restoration is possible. The rain does not discriminate. It falls on fields and forests, mountains and valleys alike. Likewise, God's mercy is for all, abundant, inclusive, and transformative. It reaches into every corner of my life, inviting me into healing and wholeness. As the rain nourishes the earth, bringing forth life and growth, so does God's mercy nourish my soul. It encourages me to persevere, to hope, and to trust in His unwavering love. Even when the journey is hard, His mercy is a constant companion, a source of refreshment and renewal. So I welcome the rain as a symbol of His cleansing mercy. I allow it to remind me to lay down my burdens, to release my weariness, and to receive His grace. In the quiet falling of each drop, I find the gentle assurance that I am loved, forgiven, and renewed. With every shower that falls, I am reminded that God's mercy is as sure as the rain, faithful, life-giving, and endlessly refreshing. It washes over me, renewing my spirit and restoring my soul, preparing me to bloom again in His perfect timing. He leads me through the wilderness, ensuring that even deserts bloom when His presence is near. There have been times in my life when the path before me seemed barren and desolate, when the landscape of my heart felt dry and empty, and hope seemed like a distant mirage. These wilderness seasons are often marked by loneliness, struggle, and uncertainty. Yet even in these harsh and unforgiving places, I find that God's guidance is sure, His presence constant, and His power transformative. The wilderness is a place where survival feels uncertain, where resources are scarce, and the way forward is unclear. It can be a season of testing and growth, a time when I'm stripped of comforts and forced to rely on God alone. In these moments, I remember that the same God who led the Israelites through the desert is the one who leads me now. He is faithful to guide me through the most challenging terrains, providing water in dry places and shade in the scorching heat. Even when the surroundings seem lifeless, His presence brings life. Like a river flowing through the desert, His love and grace nourish my soul, making the impossible possible. Where I see dust and dryness, He plants seeds of hope and renewal. The wilderness, though harsh, becomes fertile ground for growth because He walks beside me, transforming barrenness into bloom. I've experienced seasons when my spirit felt parched, when joy seemed distant, and the future uncertain. During these times, I cling to the promise that He leads me, even when I cannot see the path clearly. His guidance is not always obvious or easy to follow, but it is always sure. He is the Good Shepherd, who knows every step and every need, leading me beside still waters and through quiet valleys. The deserts of my life are not wasted seasons. They are places where my faith is tested and strengthened, where my dependence on God deepens. In the wilderness, distractions fall away, and I'm drawn closer to Him. The challenges I face become opportunities to experience His power and faithfulness in new ways. God's guidance through the wilderness also teaches me patience and trust. The journey may be slow, and the destination not yet in sight, but He is leading me steadily, preparing me for what lies ahead. I learn to listen more carefully to His voice, to follow His direction, even when it goes against my own desires or understanding. In the wilderness, I discover the depth of God's provision. Just as He provided manna for the Israelites, water from the rock, and protection from their enemies, He provides for my needs in ways I could never imagine. His resources are limitless, and His care is perfect. No matter how dry the desert seems, He supplies everything necessary to sustain me. I also find comfort in knowing that the wilderness is not my final destination. It is a place of preparation, not permanence. The desert may test me, but it does not define me. With God's guidance, I move forward toward green pastures and abundant life. The wilderness seasons shape me, but they do not break me. The blooming of deserts is a powerful reminder of God's transformative power. What seems impossible in human eyes becomes possible through his intervention. Just as flowers can bloom in arid lands after rain, so can hope, joy, and life emerge in the driest parts of my soul when his presence is near. This transformation often begins with a single step of faith, a decision to trust God's leading even when the way is unclear. Each step forward is an act of courage, a declaration that I believe in his promises and his power to bring life out of desolation. I have witnessed this transformation not only in my own life, but also in the lives of others. Stories of redemption and renewal abound, testifying to the God who brings beauty from ashes and turns deserts into gardens. These testimonies encourage me to persevere, to remain hopeful, and to trust in God's unchanging goodness. In moments of discouragement, I remind myself of God's past faithfulness. The wilderness seasons I have endured were never wasted. They were part of his divine plan to refine and prepare me. His guidance has brought me through every challenge, and his presence has sustained me when I felt weakest. I also find joy in the small signs of bloom amidst the desert, moments of peace, unexpected blessings, glimpses of beauty and grace. These signs remind me that God is at work even when I cannot see the full picture. His timing is perfect, and his purposes are good. The wilderness teaches me to rely not on my own strength, but on God's. It is a humbling and freeing experience to acknowledge my limitations and embrace his sufficiency. In this surrender, I find rest and confidence. As I continue on this journey, I trust that God's leading will bring me through every wilderness to the place he has prepared. I walk with hope, knowing that even deserts can bloom when he is near. His presence transforms the barren into the beautiful, the dry into the lush, and the desolate into the abundant. So I follow him, step by step, heart open to his guidance and spirit receptive to his renewing power. With God as my guide, no wilderness is too vast, no desert too dry, and no challenge too great. He leads me through every season, making all things new and bringing life wherever I go. He crowns the year with his bounty, and even the hard paths overflow with abundance. This beautiful truth reminds me that God's provision is not limited by the seasons of difficulty I may face. Life is filled with cycles, times of challenge and times of blessing, moments of struggle and moments of joy. Yet through it all, God's hand is at work, bringing fullness and fruitfulness even where I least expect it. There are seasons when the road feels rocky, when obstacles seem insurmountable, and every step requires great effort and perseverance. These hard paths can be discouraging, making me wonder if abundance is truly possible. But God's promise assures me that even in these difficult stretches, he is sovereign and gracious, able to turn scarcity into plenty, barrenness into bloom. I reflect on the image of a crown, a symbol of honour and victory, placed upon the year by God himself. This crown is not merely decorative. It signifies that the entire span of time, each day, each month, each season, is filled with his blessing and provision. No matter what has come before or what lies ahead, God's bounty adorns the year, marking it as a gift of his faithfulness. In moments when I feel drained by the demands of life, when the journey feels long and weary, I am encouraged to look beyond the present hardship and trust in God's abundant provision. He is the God who satisfies the thirsty, feeds the hungry, and clothes the naked. His blessings overflow, not just in material things, but in joy, peace, love, and hope. Even the hard paths I walk are under his control, and can overflow with abundance when I walk them with faith. Hardships shape me, refine my character, and deepen my trust in God. They teach me perseverance and humility, and open my eyes to his sustaining grace. When I lean on him, these difficult journeys become fertile ground for growth and blessing. I think of how the earth responds after a storm, how once barren fields can bloom with wildflowers, how rivers swell with life-giving water. In the same way, God's blessings can flood into the most challenging seasons of my life. What once seemed desolate can become abundant beyond measure, because he crowns my year with his goodness. This promise encourages me to remain hopeful and faithful, even when circumstances suggest otherwise. God's bounty is not dependent on my circumstances, but on his character. He is generous, loving, and gracious beyond my understanding. His provision is perfect and timely, coming just when I need it most. The overflowing abundance God offers is often unexpected and comes in many forms. It may be the kindness of a friend, a moment of peace in chaos, a breakthrough after a long struggle, or the simple joy found in everyday blessings. These gifts remind me that God's bounty is not limited to riches or success, but includes every good thing he graciously bestows. I also see that God's crowning of the year is a call to gratitude. Recognizing his abundant blessings helps me cultivate a heart of thankfulness, even in tough times. Gratitude shifts my focus from what is lacking to what is present and good, opening me to receive more of his grace and favour. This truth challenges me to trust God's timing and sovereignty. Sometimes the path seems hard because growth is happening beneath the surface, unseen and slow. Yet God's work is never wasted. He is faithful to bring forth fruit in his perfect time, and I can rest in that assurance. I am reminded that God's bounty is meant to be shared. As he crowns my year with abundance, he invites me to be a blessing to others. His generosity overflows in my life so that I can extend kindness, encouragement, and support to those around me. This cycle of giving and receiving reflects his heart and builds his kingdom here on earth. Through every season, God's crowning bounty transforms my perspective. It teaches me to see beyond immediate difficulties and to trust in his greater plan of provision and blessing. I am invited to walk with confidence, knowing that no matter how hard the path, God's goodness surrounds me and his blessings overflow. So I embrace this promise with hope and faith, allowing it to sustain me through challenges and to celebrate me in moments of joy. I trust that God will continue to crown my year with his bounty, filling my life with a richness that cannot be measured by earthly standards. With each step I take, I carry the assurance that the hard paths I walk are under his care and that his blessings will overflow, bringing life, joy, and purpose. He is the God who crowns the year, and in him every season is full of promise and abundant grace. When I walk through deep waters, he is with me. This promise wraps around my heart like a steadfast anchor in times when life feels overwhelming and the waves of hardship threaten to engulf me. Deep waters represent those moments when challenges rise higher than I ever expected, when fear and uncertainty swell like a stormy sea, and I feel as though I am being pulled under by forces beyond my control. Yet even in these moments, I am not alone. The Lord walks beside me, steadying my steps and carrying me through the depths. There have been seasons when the waters were so deep that I feared I would drown in despair or struggle. The weight of sorrow, loss, or anxiety pressed upon me, making it hard to breathe or find solid footing. But in the midst of these trials, the presence of God was a lifeline. He did not promise to calm every wave immediately, but assured me that he would be with me in the storm, holding me close and guiding me safely through. His companionship in deep waters means that I am not abandoned to face my fears alone. When the tides rise and threaten to sweep me away, his hand reaches out, strong and sure, to grasp mine. His presence is a shield that surrounds me, a refuge in the tempest. I can trust him to be my protector and guide, even when the path beneath the water is hidden and uncertain. I remember times when the waters seemed endless, and the shore felt impossibly far away. Anxiety and doubt whispered that I would be overwhelmed, that I could not endure. But God's promise to be with me in deep waters gave me courage to keep moving forward. His presence infused me with peace that calmed my racing heart and steadied my faltering steps. The deep waters also symbolize the depths of emotional and spiritual struggle, those moments when I wrestle with grief, loneliness, or questions about faith. In these depths, God's nearness is especially precious. He listens to my cries, understands my pain, and offers comfort that goes beyond human understanding. His love reaches into the deepest places of my soul, bringing healing and hope. Walking through deep waters with God means learning to rely on him more fully. It is a journey of surrender, trusting that he knows the way even when I cannot see it. His wisdom is perfect, and his timing is impeccable. He leads me step by step, sometimes through calm stretches, sometimes through turbulent waves, always with his hand firmly holding mine. I find reassurance in the stories of those who trusted God in their own deep waters. Like the psalmist who declared that even when passing through the valley of the shadow of death, he would fear no evil, because the Lord was with him. These testimonies inspire me to place my faith in God's faithful presence, knowing that he has brought others through storms before me, and will do the same for me. God's presence in deep waters is also a promise of deliverance. While the journey may be difficult, he does not leave me in the depths forever. He brings me safely to the other side, to places of peace and restoration. His love is a lifeboat that carries me through, and his power is the anchor that keeps me from drifting away. Even when I cannot control the waves around me, I can control where I place my trust. Choosing to rely on God's presence rather than my own strength transforms fear into faith. It reminds me that he is greater than every storm, and that his love is stronger than every current that threatens to pull me under. The deep waters can also be a place of profound growth and transformation. As I navigate these challenging times with God by my side, I learn resilience, patience, and deeper intimacy with him. The experience shapes my character and strengthens my faith, preparing me for future seasons with greater confidence and hope. In moments of quiet reflection, I sense God's peace surrounding me like a gentle tide, lifting me above the fears and uncertainties. His presence becomes a calm harbour in the midst of the storm, a sanctuary where my soul can find rest, even while the waters rage. I am reminded that my life's journey will include deep waters at times, but with God's companionship, I am never overwhelmed. His promises are sure, His presence unfailing, and His love eternal. I can face every wave with courage, knowing that I walk through them with the Creator of the seas. So I continue to walk forward, hand in hand with God, trusting that no matter how deep the waters become, He is with me. His presence is my safety, His love my strength, and His guidance my light. Through every storm and every calm, I am held securely, and my soul finds peace in the knowledge that He will never let me go. He restores my soul. Even when the night is long, His joy comes with the morning. This promise holds a profound truth that speaks directly to the rhythms of my life, the cycles of darkness and light, sorrow and joy, despair and hope. There are times when my soul feels weary and burdened, when the shadows seem to stretch endlessly, and the dawn feels impossibly distant. Yet even in these long nights, God's restoration is sure, and His joy awaits me with the coming day. The restoration of my soul is a deeply tender act. It is the divine mending of what has been broken by life's trials, the healing of wounds that have left scars on my heart, and the renewing of strength when I am weary. This restoration does not always come instantly or dramatically. Often it is gentle and gradual, like the slow unfurling of a new dawn after a long, dark night. God's love works patiently within me, bringing wholeness and peace even when I cannot see the progress. In moments when the night feels endless, whether that night is one of physical restlessness, emotional pain, or spiritual dryness, I cling to the hope that morning will come. The darkness may feel overwhelming, but it is never permanent. Just as the sun rises unfailingly after the darkest hour, God's joy rises to meet me after every season of sorrow. This promise is a beacon of hope that guides me through despair and renews my faith. I have experienced nights when grief or anxiety kept me awake, when fear whispered lies, and tears stained my pillow. During those times I felt vulnerable and alone, unsure if joy would ever return. Yet in the quiet of those long nights, I sensed God's presence, a comforting reality that sustained me even when I could not feel joy. His restoration was at work, preparing my heart for the coming morning. God's restoration is comprehensive. It heals the emotional wounds, calms the restless thoughts, and replenishes the depleted spirit. It revives my hope and renews my desire to live fully, love deeply, and trust boldly. This restoration is a testament to God's faithfulness and His commitment to my well-being, no matter how difficult the night may be. The joy that comes with the morning is not merely a fleeting feeling, but a deep, abiding gladness rooted in God's presence. It is a joy that transcends circumstances and anchors my soul in the truth of His goodness. When morning breaks, it brings new mercies, new opportunities, and a fresh outpouring of God's grace. This joy refreshes me, strengthens me, and fills me with gratitude. I am reminded that joy and sorrow often coexist in the journey of faith. The night may be dark, but it is part of a larger story that includes the radiant light of morning. God uses the night to refine me, teach me, and draw me closer to himself. The joy that follows is sweeter because of the waiting and the growth that occurred in the darkness. This promise encourages me to hold on to hope, even when it is hard. It teaches me patience and trust, reminding me that God's timing is perfect and his plans are good. The morning's joy is certain, even if I cannot see it yet. This assurance gives me courage to endure and strength to persevere. I find comfort in knowing that I am not alone in my long nights. Many before me have walked through darkness and emerged into light. Their stories inspire me to trust God's promise of restoration and joy. Like the psalmists who cried out in distress and then declared God's faithfulness, I too can hold on to hope. The restoration of my soul and the joy of morning also remind me of God's power to bring beauty from ashes. No matter how broken or weary I feel, he can transform my pain into praise and my mourning into dancing. His restorative love is a miracle that renews life and breathes hope into the deepest places. In the quiet moments before dawn, I sense God's gentle work back within me. His Spirit whispers peace and healing, preparing my heart to embrace the coming day. This intimacy with God sustains me through the night and equips me to face whatever challenges lie ahead. As the first light of morning breaks, I feel a renewed sense of purpose and strength. The joy that fills me is a testament to God's unfailing love and his ability to restore all things. With each new day, I am reminded that no night is too long, no darkness too deep, and no sorrow too heavy for his redeeming power. So I rest in this promise. Allowing God to restore my soul and fill me with joy, I embrace the hope that comes with the morning and trust that his faithfulness will carry me through every night. With God's restoration and joy, I am renewed, empowered, and ready to live each day in the fullness of his grace. I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. These words echo with profound assurance in the depths of my heart, especially during moments when fear threatens to overwhelm me. Life's journey is filled with uncertainties and challenges, moments when shadows loom large, and the path ahead seems fraught with danger. Yet in these times, the presence of God is my refuge and my strength, a steady anchor in the storms of life. Fear is a natural response to the unknown, to threats both seen and unseen. It can grip my heart, quicken my pulse, and cloud my mind with anxious thoughts. But this promise invites me to shift my focus from the fears that surround me to the one who walks beside me. Because he is with me, I can face whatever comes without dread. His presence dispels the shadows and brings light to the darkest valleys. The rod and staff are symbols of God's guidance and protection. The rod represents his power to defend and discipline, a reminder that he actively guards me against harm and corrects my course when I stray. The staff is a tool of comfort and support, used to gently lead and steady the flock. Together, these instruments illustrate the balance of God's care, firm yet tender, powerful yet loving. In times of fear, I find great comfort knowing that God's rod is not a weapon of destruction against me, but a shield that protects me. He fights for me when I'm too weak to defend myself. His strength becomes my strength. The rod wards off dangers that I cannot see, and silences the voices that seek to instill terror in my soul. The staff, on the other hand, is a source of solace. When I stumble or feel unsteady, God's staff reaches out to steady me. It reassures me that I'm not walking this path alone, that He is gently guiding me step by step. This guidance is not harsh or burdensome, but comforting. A loving hand that draws me back when I wander and encourages me to keep moving forward. I have experienced moments when fear threatened to paralyze me, when the unknown seemed overwhelming. In those times, I have leaned into the promise that God is with me, that His rod and staff are my comfort. This assurance does not erase the reality of fear, but transforms how I respond to it. Instead of fleeing or succumbing, I stand firm, anchored in His presence. Fear often arises from feeling isolated or vulnerable, but God's promise counters that isolation. He is not distant or indifferent, but intimately present. He walks beside me through every trial, every valley, every challenge. His companionship brings courage and peace, allowing me to face difficulties with a confident heart. This promise also speaks to God's faithfulness and reliability. Unlike human protectors who may fail or abandon, God's care is steadfast and unwavering. His rod and staff never leave my side. They are constant reminders of His enduring love and commitment. I can trust Him completely because He is faithful to keep His promises. In moments of uncertainty, I find strength in meditating on this truth. It reminds me to lift my eyes above the fear and focus on God's presence. I recall the many times He has delivered me, guided me, and comforted me in the past. These memories fuel my faith and diminish my fears. God's protection is not always about removing every danger, but about empowering me to endure and overcome. His rod disciplines with love, teaching me wisdom and helping me grow in character. His staff supports me when I'm weak, reminding me that I do not have to rely solely on my own strength. The comfort of His rod and staff extends beyond physical safety. They provide emotional and spiritual security. When anxiety or despair threatens to consume me, I rest in the knowledge that God is my protector and guide. His presence calms my fears and fills my heart with peace. I also recognize that fearing no evil does not mean ignoring reality or pretending challenges do not exist. It means choosing to trust God's presence and power above the threats. It means standing firm in faith, knowing that He is greater than any danger or fear. This promise inspires me to live boldly and courageously. With God as my shepherd, I can face life's uncertainties without being controlled by fear. I am empowered to take steps of faith, to pursue what is good and right, knowing that He goes before me. I find joy and reassurance in knowing that God's care is personal and intimate. He knows my name, understands my struggles, and loves me deeply. His rod and staff are expressions of His tender care, designed to protect and guide me through every season. As I reflect on this promise, I am filled with gratitude and trust. I choose to rest in God's presence, to rely on His protection, and to find comfort in His guidance. No matter what challenges arise, I will fear no evil because He is with me. So I walk forward with confidence, holding fast to the truth that God's rod defends me, His staff supports me, and His presence never leaves me. In this assurance, my heart is calm, my spirit is steady, and my soul is comforted. Sure, here's the expanded chapter 24 for you. Surely your goodness and love will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in your house forever. These words wrap themselves around my heart like a warm, unwavering embrace, a promise of God's steadfast goodness and unfailing love that pursues me relentlessly, no matter where life's journey takes me. From the moment I open my eyes each morning until I close them at night, I am accompanied by His grace, mercy, and tender care. This is not a fleeting kindness or occasional blessing, but a continuous, faithful presence that shadows every step I take. God's goodness is a river that flows endlessly, nourishing my soul in every season. It does not depend on my circumstances or my performance, but is rooted in His unchanging nature. When trials come, when uncertainties rise, or when the world feels cold and indifferent, His goodness remains constant, a rock upon which I can firmly stand. This goodness manifests in countless ways, in the beauty of creation that surrounds me, in the kindness of friends, in moments of peace that soothe my weary heart. It is the hand that guides me, the voice that comforts me, and the light that leads me through the darkest valleys. His love is even more profound, a love that never tires, never fails, and never lets go. It follows me like a faithful companion, persistent and gentle, always reaching out to catch me when I stumble. This love is patient and kind, slow to anger, and rich in mercy. It meets me in my brokenness, lifts me when I fall, and celebrates my victories, no matter how small. To be followed by such love is to know that I am never truly alone, that someone watches over me with a heart full of compassion and a hand ready to hold mine. The imagery of being pursued by goodness and love brings a deep sense of security. It means that wherever I go, through joys or sorrows, successes or failures, I am not left to navigate life's challenges by myself. Instead, I'm trailed by the presence of God's grace, enveloped in His care, and upheld by His power. This pursuit is not passive, it is active and intentional. God seeks me out, desires me, and delights in my presence. His love is not distant or indifferent, but personal and passionate. Dwelling in God's house forever speaks to a hope that transcends this life. It is the assurance of eternal belonging, a home where I'm fully known, fully loved, and fully accepted. God's house is a place of safety, peace, and joy, far beyond any earthly dwelling. It is where I find rest for my soul, a sanctuary where I can lay down my burdens and be restored. The promise of dwelling with God forever fills me with anticipation and comfort, reminding me that life's trials are temporary, but His presence is everlasting. To dwell in His house is to live continually in His presence. It means walking daily in fellowship with Him, experiencing His guidance, wisdom, and love. It is a relationship marked by intimacy and trust, where I can bring my whole self, joys, doubts, fears, and hopes, and be embraced without reservation. This dwelling is not confined to a physical place, but is a spiritual reality that begins now and extends into eternity. Knowing that God's goodness and love follow me all my days encourages me to face life's uncertainties with confidence and peace. I'm reminded that no matter what happens, I am enveloped in divine care. This assurance helps me to let go of fear, anxiety, and despair, replacing them with trust and hope. It empowers me to live boldly, love deeply, and serve faithfully, knowing that I am supported by the unwavering presence of God. I find myself reflecting on the ways God's goodness has shown up in my life, the times He provided when I lacked, the moments He comforted me in sorrow, the blessings I often took for granted. Each of these is a testament to His faithful pursuit of my heart. Even when I felt far from Him, His love was near, patiently waiting for me to return. This relentless love transforms my perspective, teaching me to see every day as a gift and every challenge as an opportunity to experience His grace more deeply. His pursuit is not just about comfort and provision, but also about shaping me into the person He created me to be. God's goodness and love refine my character, cultivate patience, and teach me compassion. They draw me into a deeper understanding of His nature and invite me to reflect His love to others. To be followed by God's goodness and love is to be invited into a journey of transformation and growth. This promise also encourages me to extend goodness and love to those around me. As I am pursued by God's grace, I am called to be a pursuer of kindness, forgiveness, and compassion. Living in the awareness of His relentless love motivates me to live generously, to seek reconciliation, and to serve selflessly. It reminds me that I'm part of a larger story of redemption and hope. As I contemplate the promise of dwelling in God's house forever, I am filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. This eternal home is a place where every tear will be wiped away, every sorrow turned to joy, and every longing fully satisfied. It is a place of perfect peace, where I will bask in the fullness of God's presence forever. The anticipation of this eternal dwelling sustains me through life's trials and inspires me to persevere in faith. In the meantime, I walk daily with the assurance that God's goodness and love are with me, following me closely. They are my shield and my comfort, my guide and my strength. No matter where life leads, I am held securely in the embrace of a loving God who will never let me go. So I live with hope and confidence, trusting that every step I take is accompanied by divine goodness and unfailing love. I rest in the promise of an eternal home, knowing that I will dwell with God forever, surrounded by His glory and embraced by His everlasting grace. This truth fills my heart with peace, joy, and a deep sense of belonging that nothing in this world can take away. He makes me as steady as Mount Zion, which cannot be shaken but endures forever. This promise is a profound source of strength and stability in a world that often feels uncertain and fragile. Mount Zion, a symbol of unshakable strength and divine presence, stands firm through the ages, unmoved by storms, earthquakes, or the shifting tides of time. To be made like Mount Zion is to be rooted deeply in something eternal and immovable, anchored by the power and presence of God Himself. Life can feel like walking on unstable ground. There are moments when everything around me seems to be shifting. The people I rely on change, circumstances become unpredictable, and the foundations I thought were secure begin to crumble. In these times, fear and anxiety can easily take hold. But the promise that God makes me steady like Mount Zion reassures me that despite the chaos, there is a place within me, grounded in Him, that remains firm and secure. Being made steady is not about never facing difficulties or challenges. Even Mount Zion has seen its share of storms and upheaval. But its foundation is solid because it is established by God. Likewise, my steadiness comes not from my own strength or willpower, but from the unchanging presence of the Lord. He is the rock upon which I stand, the foundation that cannot be moved. This steadiness is a gift of grace, a divine stability that withstands the tests of life. When my emotions swirl like a tempest, when worries threaten to unbalance me, God's peace anchors my soul. His presence calms the storms within, steadying my heart and mind. I do not have to be tossed about by fear or doubt because He upholds me. The imagery of Mount Zion also reminds me of God's protective presence. Mount Zion was not just a mountain, but a sacred place where God's presence dwelt visibly among His people. To be like Mount Zion is to carry within me the awareness of God's nearness and protection. His Spirit dwells in me, making me unshakable because He is with me. I reflect on the times when life tried to shake my faith, when losses came unexpectedly, when relationships fractured, when hope seemed dim. In those moments, I clung to this promise. It gave me resilience and courage. I learnt that even if the world around me shifts, I can remain firm because God's strength is my foundation. Being steady like Mount Zion also means having confidence in God's eternal nature. Mountains rise and fall over millennia, but God's promises endure forever. My stability is rooted in His everlasting faithfulness, not in the fleeting things of this world. This perspective brings peace that transcends circumstances. This promise encourages me to cultivate a faith that is deep and abiding, one that is not shaken by trials or doubts. It calls me to plant my roots deeply in God's Word, in prayer, and in community with other believers. Like a tree planted by streams of water, I grow strong and steady when nourished by God's truth and love. The steadiness God provides is also a source of hope for the future. No matter what storms may come, I have the assurance that I am secure in Him. This hope sustains me through difficult seasons, reminding me that my ultimate foundation is unshakable. Moreover, being made like Mount Zion means becoming a source of stability for others. As God steadies me, He equips me to support and encourage those around me. My faith and peace become a refuge for others facing uncertainty, reflecting the steadfast love of God in a world that desperately needs it. I find comfort in knowing that this steadiness is not something I earn, but a gift freely given by God. It is His grace that sustains me, His power that holds me firm. When I feel weak or uncertain, I can lean into His strength and be made steady again. This promise transforms how I face challenges. Instead of being overwhelmed or shaken, I stand firm, confident that God's presence within me is stronger than any trial. His power sustains me. His love surrounds me, and His faithfulness upholds me. In moments of reflection and prayer, I ask God to deepen this steadiness within me. I desire a faith that is resilient, a heart that trusts unwaveringly, and a spirit that remains calm amid life's storms. I invite his presence to be my sure foundation. As I continue on life's journey, I carry this promise with me. I am like Mount Zion, steady, secure, and enduring, because God is my rock. No matter what changes or challenges arise, I am unshaken, rooted in his eternal love. So I walk forward with courage and peace, knowing that my God is with me. He makes me steady as Mount Zion, a place of refuge and strength that will never be moved. In him I find a firm foundation that endures forever. He satisfies me with good things. My youth is renewed like the eagles. This powerful promise breathes life and hope into my weary soul, especially during seasons when I feel drained, depleted, or overwhelmed by the demands of life. To be satisfied with good things by the Lord means more than mere physical nourishment or temporary pleasures. It speaks of a deep, abiding fulfillment that comes from his presence, provision, and blessing. It is a satisfaction that renews strength, refreshes spirit, and invigorates my whole being. There have been times when I felt empty inside, as though no matter what I consumed, whether success, approval, or comfort, something vital was missing. Those moments taught me that true satisfaction cannot be found in fleeting things or worldly achievements. Instead, it comes from the Lord, the source of every good and perfect gift. When I seek him first, he fills the longings of my heart with the kind of goodness that sustains and enriches my life. The imagery of my youth being renewed, like the eagles, adds a beautiful layer to this promise. Eagles are known for their strength, vitality, and ability to soar to great heights. Their feathers grow back strong and vibrant after shedding, symbolizing renewal and rejuvenation. Likewise, God renews my spirit and energizes me when I feel worn down. He restores my passion, sharpens my focus, and empowers me to rise above challenges with fresh vigor. This renewal is not merely physical, but also emotional, mental, and spiritual. When I'm exhausted by burdens or discouraged by setbacks, God's satisfaction and renewal lift me up. They give me courage to face each new day and strength to persevere through difficulties. I'm reminded that his power is made perfect in my weakness, and that his grace provides everything I need to continue. I think of the times when I have felt tired or faint, unsure if I had the strength to keep going. In those moments, I have experienced God's refreshing touch, an unexpected peace, a sudden clarity, or a deep sense of rest. It was as if his goodness flowed into me, replenishing my soul and enabling me to soar above the weariness. To be satisfied with good things also speaks of God's abundant provision. It means he meets not only my spiritual needs, but also cares for the practical aspects of my life. He provides guidance, opportunities, relationships, and resources that enrich my journey. His goodness surrounds me, and I can rest in the assurance that he knows what is best for me. This promise encourages me to place my trust fully in God's provision, rather than striving in my own strength. When I seek satisfaction in worldly things, I often find myself empty or chasing after shadows. But when I turn to the Lord, he fills me with a lasting contentment that transcends circumstances. His goodness becomes the foundation of my joy and peace. Renewal, like the eagles, also inspires me to look upward and forward. Eagles soar high, riding the wind currents with grace and power. God renews my ability to rise above difficulties, to see life from a higher perspective, and to pursue his purposes with renewed enthusiasm. This soaring renewal invigorates my faith and fuels my hope. The promise of satisfaction and renewal is a reminder that God is intimately involved in my well-being. He desires for me to live a full, vibrant life, not just to survive, but to thrive. His goodness is not withheld. It is freely given to nourish my soul and invigorate my spirit. In times of rest and reflection, I feel this promise deeply. I am reminded to pause and receive God's goodness, to allow his love to fill every empty place within me. This reception is an act of faith and surrender, trusting that he is the source of all that truly satisfies. I also recognize that God's satisfaction is holistic. It heals emotional wounds, calms anxious thoughts, and refreshes weary hearts. It restores broken dreams and renews my sense of purpose. His goodness envelops me, offering wholeness and completeness. This promise carries me through difficult days, reminding me that no matter how depleted I may feel, God's goodness is always near to restore and renew. His grace is sufficient, and his power is available to lift me up. I am strengthened to keep walking forward, assured that he who satisfies me is faithful and true. So I open my heart to receive his good things, allowing him to satisfy every longing and renew every weakness. I trust that his blessings will fill me, his joy will sustain me, and his strength will empower me to soar like the eagle. With God's satisfaction and renewal, I am made new, restored, and ready to embrace the life he has prepared for me. Your mercy, Lord, extends to the heavens. Your faithfulness reaches to the skies. These words envelop me with awe and comfort, reminding me of the boundless, limitless nature of God's mercy and faithfulness. When I reflect on the vastness of the heavens, an endless expanse of stars, galaxies, and mysteries, it humbles me to realize that the same mercy and faithfulness that hold the cosmos together are poured out upon me with a personal, tender hand. God's mercy is not confined or finite. It stretches beyond anything I can comprehend. Like the heavens that spread infinitely above, his compassion covers every part of my life, my mistakes, my failures, my fears. No matter how often I falter or stray, his mercy is renewed each day, as vast and deep as the skies themselves. This mercy does not diminish, but abounds, offering forgiveness and grace that erase my guilt and restore my soul. Similarly, his faithfulness is as high as the skies, unwavering and eternal. The skies endure through every season, never failing to return the sun each morning or the moon each night. In the same way, God's faithfulness is consistent and dependable. He keeps his promises, fulfills his word, and remains steadfast in his love, even when I am weak or uncertain. His faithfulness is my foundation, my anchor, and my hope. When I meditate on this, I feel a profound sense of peace. Life can feel unpredictable and fragile, but the mercy and faithfulness of God are rock solid. I am reminded that he is the same yesterday, today, and forever. His love never changes. His compassion never ends. And his commitment to me is eternal. There have been seasons when I felt unworthy of such mercy, when I doubted if anyone could truly forgive or accept me fully. But the image of mercy extending to the heavens reassures me that God's grace is infinite and available to all who seek it. His mercy does not run out. It is a wellspring that never dries up. This vast mercy also invites me to extend grace to others, to forgive and love as I have been forgiven and loved. Knowing that I am covered by such endless compassion inspires me to reflect that same mercy in my relationships and daily life. God's faithfulness reaching to the skies reminds me that He is involved in every detail of my life. Nothing is too small or too great for His attention. He is present in my joys and sorrows, my successes and struggles. His faithfulness means I can trust Him with my future, confident that He will lead me according to His perfect plan. When challenges arise and I feel overwhelmed, I look up to the heavens and recall this promise. It lifts my eyes beyond my troubles to the eternal God who holds all things in His hands. His mercy and faithfulness give me courage to face each day with hope and resilience. I am humbled by the greatness of God's mercy and faithfulness, yet comforted by their intimacy. Though they stretch beyond the skies, they are directed personally toward me, reaching into my heart with warmth and tenderness. This paradox of vastness and closeness fills me with gratitude and worship. In moments of quiet reflection, I surrender my doubts and fears, embracing the truth that God's mercy and faithfulness are sufficient for all my needs. I rest in His promises and trust His unfailing love. This assurance encourages me to live with confidence and joy, knowing that no matter what happens, God's mercy will cover me, and His faithfulness will sustain me. I am secure in His everlasting love, carried on wings as wide and high as the skies. So I continue my journey, heart lifted toward the heavens, soul anchored in divine mercy, and spirit buoyed by eternal faithfulness. With God's mercy extending endlessly above me, and His faithfulness reaching beyond the skies, I walk forward in peace, hope, and unwavering trust. He turns my mourning into dancing. He removes my sackcloth and clothes me with joy. This promise speaks deeply to the human experience, the seasons of grief and loss that can weigh heavily on the heart, and the hope of restoration and celebration that follows. Mourning is a natural and necessary response to pain, a time to grieve what has been lost or broken. Yet in God's tender hands, even the darkest sorrow is transformed into a joyful dance, a celebration of new life and hope. There have been times when my heart was heavy with sadness, when tears came freely and the weight of grief seemed too much to bear. In those moments, I felt wrapped in sackcloth, a garment symbolizing mourning and humility, a physical reminder of the pain I carried within. Yet God's promise offers a profound hope that He will one day remove that sackcloth, clothing me instead with joy. This joy is not superficial happiness, but a deep, abiding gladness rooted in His presence and grace. The transformation from mourning to dancing illustrates the power of God's redeeming love. Where there was sorrow, He brings gladness. Where there was despair, He plants hope. This change is not always immediate or easy. It often involves a process of healing and renewal. But God is faithful to bring restoration, gently lifting the burden of grief and replacing it with the freedom to rejoice. Dancing is a powerful image of celebration and life. It speaks of freedom, expression, and vitality. When God turns mourning into dancing, He invites me to move from a place of heaviness to one of lightness, from silence to song. It is a reminder that joy can coexist with the scars of loss, that even after deep pain, life can be full and vibrant again. This promise encourages me to trust in God's timing and His ability to heal. I may still face difficult days, moments when grief resurfaces, or memories bring tears, but I hold on to the hope that He is working all things together for good. His restoration is sure, and His joy will eventually overflow in my life. The removal of sackcloth also signifies a release from the weight of mourning. It is God's act of mercy, taking away the heavy garment of sorrow and clothing me with garments of praise and gladness. This change is a profound expression of His love, a loving exchange where He replaces my grief with His peace and joy. I have witnessed this transformation in my own life and in the lives of others. Stories of redemption and renewed hope abound, showing how God brings beauty from ashes and turns despair into celebration. These testimonies inspire me to remain faithful and hopeful, even in the darkest seasons. The promise of dancing also invites me to engage fully in life's joys, to celebrate God's goodness with gratitude and enthusiasm. It reminds me that joy is a gift from God, not dependent on circumstances, but grounded in His presence. This joy sustains me, energizes me, and draws me closer to Him. In moments of quiet reflection, I imagine God gently removing the sackcloth from my shoulders and wrapping me in His joy. This vision fills me with peace and anticipation. I know that He understands my pain and walks with me through every sorrow, leading me toward healing and celebration. This promise does not minimize the reality of grief, but offers a hopeful perspective that honors both mourning and joy. It assures me that my pain is seen and valued, but it also points to a future filled with light and life. So I hold on to this hope with faith and courage. I allow God to carry my sorrow and to prepare my heart for the joy He promises. I trust that He will turn my mourning into dancing, that He will clothe me with joy and set my feet to praise. With each new day, I step forward, encouraged by the knowledge that God's love transforms all things. Mourning is not the final word, joy is. And in His presence, I find the strength to keep dancing even after the hardest nights. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in Him, and He helps me. This powerful declaration is a profound source of comfort and courage, especially in moments when I feel weak, vulnerable, or overwhelmed by the challenges life presents. Strength and protection are fundamental needs for every human being, and this promise assures me that God fulfills both, empowering me to face each day with confidence and peace. When I am weary, worn down by trials, or burdened by worry, I can lean into the Lord as my strength. This strength is not merely physical energy or human resolve. It is a divine empowerment that sustains my soul, lifts my spirit, and renews my courage. It is a strength that carries me when I cannot carry myself, enabling me to stand firm amid storms and to keep moving forward when the path seems steep. The imagery of God as a shield is deeply reassuring. A shield is a protector, a defense against harm and danger. When I place my trust in the Lord, I am surrounded by his protective presence. He guards my heart, my mind, and my body from the attacks of fear, doubt, and despair. His shield is impenetrable, a refuge where I am safe from the arrows of life's difficulties. Trusting in God with all my heart is the foundation of this promise. It means surrendering my fears, worries, and attempts to control every outcome. Trust is an act of faith, a choice to believe that God is faithful and good, even when circumstances are challenging. When my heart trusts in him, I experience a profound peace that guards me against anxiety and unrest. God's help is an ongoing reality, not a one-time intervention. He is present in every moment, ready to assist, guide, and strengthen me. Whether I face physical challenges, emotional struggles, or spiritual battles, he is my helper, ever faithful and strong. His help comes in many forms: comforting words, timely encouragement, unexpected provision, or quiet peace that calms the storm within. I recall times when I felt helpless or alone, unsure how to proceed. In those moments, the Lord's strength and shield became my refuge. He lifted me up, renewed my courage, and surrounded me with his peace. I found that my trust in him grew as I experienced his faithfulness firsthand. This promise encourages me to bring all my concerns and fears to God, knowing he is able and willing to help. It invites me to release the burden of self-reliance and to rest in his power. When I acknowledge my limitations and depend on his strength, I am empowered to face challenges with hope and resilience. God's strength is also a source of courage. Fear can paralyze and hold me back, but knowing that the Lord is my strength emboldens me to step forward in faith. His presence dispels fear, replaces doubt with confidence, and enables me to act with wisdom and grace. The shield of God protects not only from external threats, but also from internal struggles. It guards my mind against negative thoughts and my heart against despair. His protection is comprehensive, encompassing every part of my being. Trusting in God involves a continual posture of surrender and faith. It is a daily decision to rely on his promises, to seek his guidance, and to walk in obedience. This trust deepens as I experience his goodness and provision over time. I am grateful for the many ways God has been my strength and shield throughout my life. His faithfulness has carried me through trials, healed my wounds, and provided peace in turmoil. These experiences strengthen my trust and inspire me to encourage others with the same hope. This promise shapes how I live. It reminds me that I do not have to face life's battles alone. God is with me, strong and protective, inviting me to rest in his care. I can face uncertainty and difficulty with a heart anchored in his strength. In moments of prayer and reflection, I seek God's strength anew, asking him to shield me from harm and to fill me with courage. I lay down my fears at his feet and embrace the peace that comes from trusting in his power. As I continue my journey, I hold firmly to this truth. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in him, and he helps me. This promise is my foundation, my refuge, and my hope. In his strength, I stand unshaken. In his shield, I find safety. And in his help, I am empowered to live fully and joyfully. I will not be afraid of the tens of thousands drawn up against me on every side. This declaration is a profound source of courage and peace, especially when life feels overwhelming and challenges seem insurmountable. Facing the reality of opposition, whether literal or metaphorical, can stir deep fear and anxiety, but this promise reassures me that even when surrounded by daunting threats, I can stand firm without fear, because God's presence is my protector and my strength. The image of tens of thousands drawn up against me evokes a vivid scene of overwhelming odds, an army arrayed in battle formation. It represents the many fears, difficulties and adversities that life can bring, conflicts with people, internal struggles, health issues, financial worries, or emotional burdens. Such challenges can feel like an invading force, closing in from all directions, threatening to consume me. Yet in the midst of this, God's promise invites me to face these challenges without fear, knowing I am not alone. This fearless stance is rooted in trust in God's power to defend, His wisdom to guide, and His faithfulness to protect. Fear often arises from uncertainty and the feeling of being vulnerable or powerless. But when I remember that the Creator of the universe surrounds me, shields me, and fights for me, fear loses its grip. His presence transforms my perspective, allowing me to see beyond the immediate threat to the greater reality of His sovereign care. There have been moments when I felt overwhelmed by circumstances that seemed to close in on every side. Whether through the difficulties of relationships, work pressures, or personal struggles, it sometimes felt as though I was surrounded by impossible odds. But recalling this promise, I found strength to face each challenge with renewed courage. Knowing God was with me gave me peace amidst the storm and confidence to persevere. Fear can be paralyzing, keeping me from moving forward or acting wisely. Yet this promise invites me to live boldly, to walk in faith, and to resist the urge to retreat or give up. God's protection is a fortress that surrounds me, and His power is greater than any force arrayed against me. This assurance empowers me to stand strong, even when the battle seems fierce. I also recognize that fear can come from internal battles, the doubts, anxieties, and insecurities that attack from within. These can feel as overwhelming as any external adversary. But God's presence within me is my defense. His Spirit strengthens my inner being, calms my restless thoughts, and assures me that I am victorious through Him. This promise encourages me to focus on God's power rather than the size of the opposition. No matter how large or intimidating the challenges may seem, they are nothing compared to the might of my God. His strength is made perfect in my weakness, and His love casts out all fear. The reality of facing tens of thousands on every side also teaches me dependence on God. It reminds me that I cannot rely solely on my own abilities, but must trust fully in His guidance and provision. This dependence is a source of humility and faith, deepening my relationship with Him. In practical terms, this promise helps me respond to fear with prayer, seeking God's help and peace. It reminds me to stand firm in His word, to hold fast to His promises, and to surround myself with a community of faith for support and encouragement. I have witnessed God's faithfulness in past battles, times when overwhelming odds seemed to close in, but his deliverance prevailed. These experiences strengthen my trust and remind me that he is always with me, even when circumstances appear dire. The promise to not fear tens of thousands on every side does not mean I will never face difficulties, but that I can face them without being overcome by fear is a call to courage, to resilience, and to unwavering faith. As I meditate on this truth, I am filled with peace that transcends understanding. I am reminded that God's presence is a shield and refuge, protecting me from harms and empowering me to stand strong. This promise also inspires me to encourage others who face overwhelming challenges. Sharing the assurance of God's protection can bring hope and courage to those who feel surrounded by fear. I choose to embrace this promise daily, allowing it to shape my thoughts, emotions, and actions. When fear arises, I will remind myself of God's power and presence, choosing faith over fear. So I walk forward confidently, knowing that no matter how many adversaries surround me, God is greater. With him by my side, I will not be afraid, for his strength is my shield, and his love my fortress. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. These simple yet profound words have carried me through countless seasons of life, offering comfort and assurance in ways nothing else can. To call the Lord my shepherd is to acknowledge him as my guide, protector, provider, and caretaker, someone who watches over me with tender care, leading me beside still waters and restoring my soul. In this role, he meets my deepest needs, ensuring that I lack nothing truly essential. When I say I shall not want, I am declaring a deep trust in God's provision. It is a recognition that although I may face challenges, uncertainties, or even scarcity, the Lord is enough. He supplies what I truly need, sometimes in unexpected ways, and satisfies the longings of my heart with his abundant grace. This lack of want is not about material wealth or ease, but about the rich fullness that comes from walking closely with him. Life's journey often takes me through valleys where I feel weak, lost, or uncertain. Yet even in those dark places, my shepherd's presence reassures me that I am not abandoned. His rod and staff comfort me, guiding my steps, protecting me from harm, and gently correcting my course when I stray. This care is deeply personal. He knows my name, understands my fears, and delights in leading me toward peace and purpose. I have experienced times when I felt overwhelmed by the demands of life, when resources seemed scarce and hope was hard to find. In those moments, the assurance that the Lord is my shepherd brings profound peace. He leads me to green pastures where my soul can rest, and to still waters where I find refreshment. His presence restores my strength and renews my spirit. To be shepherded by God is to live in relationship, a daily awareness of his guidance and provision. It invites me to lean into his wisdom, to follow his lead even when the path is uncertain, and to trust that he knows what is best for me. This trust frees me from anxiety and fear, replacing them with confidence and gratitude. I think of the many ways God has provided for me, in the kindness of others, in moments of unexpected peace, in answered prayers, and in the quiet assurance of his presence. Each of these is a testament to his faithful shepherding. He meets me in the ordinary and extraordinary, demonstrating his care through both great blessings and small mercies. The Lord's role as shepherd also means he is my protector. Just as a shepherd guards the flock from predators and danger, God watches over me, shielding me from harm. His protection is not always visible or immediate, but it is constant and sure. This truth brings comfort when I face trials or threats, knowing I am under divine care. Being led by the Lord means I am never alone. His guidance is a light for my path, illuminating the way forward and helping me avoid pitfalls. He is patient when I stumble and quick to forgive when I stray. His love is steadfast, leading me gently back into the fold. The promise that I shall not want is deeply satisfying. It means I am complete in him, lacking nothing that truly matters. This sufficiency transforms how I view the world and my circumstances. Instead of grasping for more or fearing loss, I rest in the abundance of God's care and provision. This truth encourages me to cultivate a heart of contentment and gratitude. Recognizing the Lord as my shepherd helps me appreciate the gifts I have and trust him for what I do not yet see. It shifts my focus from scarcity to sufficiency, from fear to faith. I also realize that being shepherded by God is a call to follow his example, to care for others with compassion, to guide with wisdom, and to protect with love. As I experience his shepherding, I am inspired to shepherd those around me, sharing his grace and kindness. In quiet moments of prayer and reflection, I rest in the presence of my shepherd. I listen for his voice, seek his guidance, and find peace in his embrace. This relationship is the foundation of my life, the source of my strength, and the wellspring of my joy. No matter where life's path leads, I carry this promise close to my heart. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. With him guiding me, I am secure, satisfied, and deeply loved. His care is my refuge, his provision my abundance, and his presence my eternal companion. So I walk forward each day with confidence and peace, knowing that the Good Shepherd leads me beside still waters, restores my soul, and provides all that I need. In his care, I am truly content, lacking nothing, and surrounded by unending love. He has made my feet like the feet of a deer, and set me secure on the heights. This vivid promise paints a picture of agility, strength, and balance, a divine empowerment that equips me to navigate life's most challenging terrains with confidence and grace. Life often leads me through steep paths and rocky places, where footing is uncertain, and one misstep could lead to a fall. Yet God promises not only to carry me, but to transform me, giving me the sure-footedness of a mountain deer, able to leap, climb, and balance on the most precarious ledges. The image of deer's feet speaks of remarkable agility and precision. Deer are known for their sure-footedness. They move with nimbleness and courage through rugged mountains, cliffs, and rocky outcrops. They possess an innate ability to maintain balance on narrow and slippery surfaces where others might falter. This metaphor reassures me that God equips me to handle life's difficulties not by removing them, but by preparing me to face them skillfully and securely. I think of times when I have felt vulnerable, when circumstances seemed overwhelming or dangerous. Perhaps it was a difficult decision, a relationship struggle, a health crisis, or a professional challenge that felt like walking on a narrow edge with deep valleys on either side. In those moments, the fear of falling, of failure, or of losing control threatened to paralyze me. Yet the promise that God makes my feet like the feet of a deer fills me with hope and courage. To be set secure on the heights means more than just physical safety. It is a spiritual and emotional security. It is the confidence that, no matter how high the stakes or how treacherous the path, God's presence stabilizes me. He provides the balance I need to stay upright, the strength to persevere, and the clarity to navigate the way forward. This security is rooted in trust. Trust in God's guidance, in His power, and in His unfailing love. This promise also speaks to God's intimate involvement in my life. He does not merely give me instructions from a distance, but actively equips and sustains me. His empowerment is personal and practical. He strengthens my feet so I can stand firm against adversity, climb higher than before, and move forward even when the terrain is uncertain. There is a profound freedom in this assurance. Knowing that God has made my feet like those of a deer allows me to face life's challenges with agility and grace rather than fear and hesitation. I can step boldly into the unknown, trusting that I'm equipped for every step. This confidence transforms how I approach risks, changes, and new opportunities. The heights symbolize places of victory, perspective, and closeness to God. Being set secure on the heights means I am not only surviving difficult times, but thriving and gaining a new vantage point. From these heights, I can see beyond immediate struggles to the broader landscape of God's purpose and plan for my life. I am lifted above the chaos and given clarity and peace. This metaphor also encourages me to develop qualities like resilience, balance, and perseverance. Just as a deer must constantly adjust its footing and remain alert, I am called to stay attentive to God's leading, maintain spiritual discipline, and adapt to changing circumstances. My sure-footedness grows as I deepen my relationship with God and rely on His strength. I recall moments when I felt God's empowering presence as I navigated difficult situations, times when I experienced unexpected peace, wisdom, or strength that enabled me to overcome obstacles. These experiences confirm the truth of this promise and inspire me to trust God more deeply. Being set secure on the heights also means that I am safe from the dangers below. It is a place of protection and rest, where I can pause and reflect on God's faithfulness. From this place of security, I gain renewed strength and courage to continue my journey. This promise brings me hope when I face new challenges. No matter how steep or rocky the path, God's empowerment assures me that I will not stumble or fall. He equips me to move forward confidently, knowing He sustains every step. In prayer and meditation, I invite God to strengthen my feet and steady my steps. I ask Him to make me agile and balanced, able to face life's heights and depths with trust and courage. I surrender my fears and doubts, choosing to rely fully on His provision. As I walk through life, I carry this promise close to my heart. It reminds me that I am not alone or ill-equipped for the journey. God's strength undergirds me. His presence surrounds me, and His love secures me on every high place. So I step forward boldly, assured that my feet are steady and secure. With God's help, I will navigate every mountain and cliff leap over obstacles and stand firm on the heights. My path is safe, my heart is courageous, and my spirit soars, because the Lord who made the heavens and the earth has made me sure-footed and secure. The Lord is near to all who call on him, to all who call on him in truth. This promise carries a deep and comforting assurance that transcends time and circumstance, reminding me that God is always close, especially when I reach out to him honestly and earnestly. In moments of joy, sorrow, doubt, or need, this nearness is a profound gift. His presence is not distant or indifferent, but intimately engaged, attentive to every sincere cry of my heart. To call on God in truth means more than just uttering words. It is a genuine expression of my inner being, a call that arises from authenticity, humility, and faith. It is not about rehearsed prayers or perfect language, but about a sincere desire to connect with the Creator, to be seen and heard just as I am. When I approach God with honesty, laying bare my fears, hopes, and struggles, he draws near with compassion and love. Life often brings seasons when I feel isolated, misunderstood, or overwhelmed. In those times, the promise that the Lord is near becomes a lifeline. I'm reminded that no matter how alone I may feel, God is never far from me. His presence surrounds me like a protective shield, offering comfort and strength. This nearness is a source of peace that quiets the storms raging within my soul. God's nearness is also a source of power and hope. When I call on him, I tap into his infinite wisdom and might. He hears my prayers and responds, not always in ways I expect, but always in ways that are best for me. His closeness assures me that my pleas do not fall on deaf ears. They reach the heart of a loving Father who cares deeply. This promise encourages me to cultivate a relationship with God marked by trust and openness. It invites me to be vulnerable, to share my true self without fear of rejection or judgment. Knowing that he is near when I call in truth gives me the courage to bring all aspects of my life before him. The joys, the doubts, the pains, and the desires. I recall times when I have cried out to God in desperation, feeling faint or lost. In those darkest moments, I've experienced his nearness as a tangible comfort, a presence that lifts me from despair and fills me with renewed hope. His closeness has been a refuge, a place where I can rest and find strength to continue. Calling on God in truth also means seeking him sincerely, desiring his will above my own. It is a posture of humility and surrender, recognizing that he is the source of all good things. This sincere calling deepens my faith and aligns my heart with his purposes. God's nearness is not limited by my circumstances or failures. Even when I stumble or turn away, he remains close, waiting to welcome me back. His mercy and grace make his presence accessible at all times. This constant availability encourages me to maintain a continual conversation with him throughout my day. The promise that the Lord is near to all who call on him reminds me of the power of prayer and the importance of faith. It is an invitation to trust in his presence and to seek him earnestly in every situation. Whether in times of celebration or sorrow, his nearness is a steadfast source of comfort and guidance. I am grateful for the many ways God has shown his nearness in my life, in answered prayers, in moments of unexpected peace, and in the quiet assurance that He is with me. These experiences build my confidence in His faithfulness and deepen my desire to draw closer to Him. This promise also compels me to be present for others, to offer the same nearness and compassion that God shows me. As I experience His closeness, I am called to extend grace and love to those who need it, reflecting His heart in my relationships. In moments of reflection, I open my heart to God, calling on Him in truth and trusting in His nearness. I find peace in knowing that He is always close, ready to listen, to heal, and to guide. This presence is my refuge, my strength, and my joy. So I continue to call on the Lord with sincerity, embracing the assurance that He is near. With Him close beside me, I am never alone, never forgotten, and always deeply loved. His nearness transforms my fears into faith, my doubts into trust, and my weakness into strength. I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my loving eye on you. This promise is a profound source of guidance and comfort, reminding me that I am never left to navigate life's complexities on my own. The Lord, with infinite wisdom and tender care, offers to be my teacher and counsellor, providing direction tailored specifically for my journey. His watchful eye is not one of distant oversight, but of intimate attention, lovingly guiding every step I take. In the vast landscape of life, decisions often feel overwhelming. Paths branch in countless directions, and the outcomes are uncertain. In those moments, I find solace knowing that God promises to instruct me. This instruction is a personal, ongoing teaching, not a one-time lesson, but a lifelong mentorship. He knows my heart, my weaknesses, my strengths, and the unique circumstances that shape my journey. With this intimate knowledge, He provides wisdom that goes beyond mere advice, illuminating the best way forward. To be taught and counselled by God means that I am invited into a relationship marked by trust and openness. It requires humility to listen and a willingness to learn, even when the lessons challenge my preconceived notions or comfort zones. Yet His loving eye upon me assures me that this guidance is motivated by love, not judgment. It is a gentle and patient process aimed at my growth, healing, and flourishing. I recall times when I stood at crossroads, uncertain which path to take. In those moments, God's counsel came through in various ways, sometimes through the quiet prompting of my heart, other times through the wisdom of Scripture, trusted friends, or circumstances aligning perfectly. These moments of divine guidance reassured me that I was not alone, that the Creator who made the universe was actively involved in my decisions. The imagery of God's loving eye watching over me is deeply comforting. It speaks of vigilance and care, a constant presence that observes not with criticism, but with affection. His eye sees the big picture and the smallest details, ensuring that nothing escapes His attention. This watchfulness means I am safe in His hands, even when the way is difficult or unclear. God's instruction is not just about avoiding wrong turns, but about leading me toward a life of purpose and joy. His counsel equips me to navigate challenges with wisdom and grace, to build relationships grounded in love, and to fulfill the unique calling He has placed on my life. This teaching shapes my character, molds my values, and aligns my desires with His will. Learning from God also involves moments of correction and redirection. His loving eye does not ignore when I stray or make mistakes, but gently guides me back. This correction is an expression of His deep care, a desire to keep me on the best path rather than allowing me to stumble. It requires trust and openness on my part to receive His guidance with a willing heart. The promise of divine instruction encourages me to seek God daily through prayer, meditation on Scripture, and listening for His voice. It invites me to cultivate a posture of learner, ready to receive whatever He wants to teach me. In this posture, I discover not only guidance for specific decisions, but a deeper understanding of His nature and my identity. I am grateful for the ways God has instructed me throughout my life, through answered prayers, peaceful assurance, timely wisdom, and sometimes through challenges that refine my understanding. Each lesson, whether gentle or hard, has been an opportunity to grow in faith and maturity. This promise also challenges me to be patient, recognizing that God's teaching unfolds in His perfect timing. Not every answer or direction comes immediately, but His counsel is always trustworthy and timely. Waiting on Him teaches me reliance and deepens my relationship with Him. God's counsel with His loving eye upon me is also a source of courage. It reassures me that I do not have to fear the unknown or face life's uncertainties alone. His guidance equips me to walk confidently into the future, knowing He is leading and sustaining me. In moments of quiet reflection, I open my heart to receive His instruction. I ask for clarity, wisdom, and discernment, trusting that His loving eye is watching over me and guiding my steps. This intimate connection with God brings peace that surpasses understanding and joy in the journey. So I walk forward with confidence, embracing the promise that the Lord will teach and counsel me. His loving eye upon me is a constant source of strength, wisdom, and hope. With Him as my guide, I am never lost, never alone, and always deeply cared for. I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. This promise is a profound declaration of belonging, security, and eternal fellowship with God. It speaks to the deepest longings of the human heart, to find a place of safety, love, and unending peace. To dwell in the house of the Lord is to live continually in His presence, surrounded by His love and care, experiencing the fullness of joy that only He can provide. This promise carries me beyond the fleeting comforts of this world and anchors me in the eternal reality of God's kingdom. The house of the Lord symbolizes more than just a physical building. It represents a sacred space of communion and intimacy with God. It is a place where I am fully known and fully accepted, where I can lay down my burdens and rest in the assurance of His grace. To dwell in this house forever means to be invited into an everlasting relationship with the Creator of the universe, a relationship marked by love, peace, and joy without end. In this house, I am sheltered from the storms of life. No matter what trials or challenges I face in the world, I have a refuge that is steadfast and sure. God's presence is a sanctuary where I find strength when I am weak, comfort when I'm hurting, and hope when I'm discouraged. This dwelling is a place of restoration, where my soul is refreshed and my spirit renewed. The promise of dwelling in the house of the Lord forever also speaks of permanence. Unlike the temporary and often uncertain nature of earthly life, this dwelling is eternal. It assures me that no matter what changes or losses I experience in this life, my ultimate home is secure. This eternal perspective brings peace that surpasses understanding, helping me to endure hardships with hope and courage. To dwell in God's house forever means to experience the fullness of His glory. It is a place where His light shines without shadow, where His love fills every corner, and where joy flows like a never-ending river. This promise inspires me to live with anticipation and longing for the day when I will be in His presence face to face, free from pain, fear, and sorrow. The house of the Lord is also a community, a family of believers united in worship and love. To dwell there forever means to be part of this eternal fellowship, sharing in the praise and adoration of God alongside others who love Him. This sense of belonging brings comfort and joy, reminding me that I am never alone in my journey of faith. Throughout my life, I carry this promise as a guiding light. It shapes my values, priorities, and actions. Knowing that I will dwell with God forever encourages me to seek Him daily, to grow in faith, and to live in a way that honours Him. It gives purpose to my struggles and meaning to my joys. The promise also reminds me of God's faithfulness. He who made this promise is trustworthy and true. His word will never fail, and His love will never fade. I can rest confidently in the assurance that He will bring me safely into His eternal home. In moments of doubt or fear, I return to this promise. It strengthens my heart and steadies my steps. I find peace in the knowledge that my future is secure, not because of my own merit, but because of God's grace and mercy. This eternal dwelling is the fulfillment of all my hopes and dreams. It is where every longing is satisfied and every tear is wiped away. The promise of dwelling in the house of the Lord forever fills me with a joy that cannot be contained, a hope that cannot be extinguished. So I live each day with this promise in my heart, allowing it to shape my perspective and fuel my faith. I walk forward with confidence and peace, knowing that my true home awaits me in the presence of the Lord. With every breath, I rejoice in the assurance that I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever, safe, loved, and cherished in His eternal embrace. This is the promise that sustains me, the hope that carries me, and the reality I eagerly await.